Hey everybody, Monday again, and I'm so sick of me always saying that, but here's Vance. Hey Vance.
Hey everybody, what's up?
Coming to us from
Puremixers
the,
and
the
others.
icy tundra
Yes,
of Nashville,
the
Tennessee.
snowy dome of Nashville. We are full on in the middle of a multiple hour sleet storm at the moment. And it just actually stopped sleeting, which means now it's going to snow or it's going to rain, which is going to turn to ice, and then it's going to snow. So,
Right.
yeah, kind of having a little snow day here. Can't The one thing to know about Nashville is that there's first of all, nobody knows how to drive in the snow, period. And secondly, if you do drive in the snow, all the roads are like this or this or this or that, which means everybody ends up in the ditch.
Right.
And so it's just best to stay home. And so I'm at home today. I'm not at the studio, and everybody, we just pushed all the work I had to do today off. And the bad part is it's going to continue doing this for a while. So I have a feeling we're going to push it off again.
Well,
So
it's fine, man. I mean, look, instead of a backdrop of a bunch of gear, whatever, we get a backdrop of a bunch of nice hats.
we have some hats. We have our
Yeah,
coffee bar,
looks amazing.
and then this curtain
Yeah.
is over. We have a huge window here. It's a 12-foot sliding glass door out to our patio. And this curtain is an insulated thing. So in the winter, we close it to keep it warm. But I could let me just slide this a little bit here. I don't think you can see it, but that's the snowy tundra
Yeah.
out there.
Yeah.
And it is, it's kind of snowy.
Snowy and
So
tundra-ish.
yeah, I went out just before I came up here to get on. I went out with a broom, a big ass broom, and we have a couple of, kind of like we call them pagodas. They're not pagodas, but they're just little things that cover your deck. You know what I mean? And I went out with a broom and like knocked all the ice off because otherwise they were going to just collapse. And yeah, so it was fun.
Perfect. In New York, they call it.
In my
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, in my shorts and my slippers, by the way, because I'm
Was
not
that
putting
wise?
pants on. No, not really. But it was, yeah, 23
Nice.
degrees here, so
Yeah.
yeah. In New York, they call that.
Well, I was just going to say in New York, they call it a wintry mix when they don't know what the hell's coming and they just make it sound nice.
Yeah.
Oh, a wintry mix, that'll be nice. And that's always by far the worst day of the year. It's wintry
Yeah,
mix time.
it is really not. It's not pretty here today. So
No.
so it's perfect. I'm here. I've got myself a big glass of that's not water.
Nope.
A big glass of tequila, and this is water. And my phone's plugged in. I'm here, man. Let's talk.
Let's talk.
I haven't seen you for ages.
I know. I think
I
the
think
last time I saw you was the Between Two Beards era.
Right, but I mean, as far as like actually being
Oh, yeah.
in the
No,
great one's presence,
no, in
it's been
person.
NAMM.
Yeah, but not, and you didn't come to NAMM last year, did you?
I didn't.
No, so it was two NAMMs.
2 NAMMs ago.
So 2
and
years
I
ago.
don't think, and I was at AES last year, but I don't know that I saw you. Were you at AES
Oh God, I don't. Yeah, I think I was last time they
last
had
year?
one. Yeah,
October. It was
yeah,
in New York.
yeah,
So maybe that was it.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
But it has
there
it
you
has
go.
been a while. It has been a
Yeah.
while. But look, man, as you know, I like to do these things from the very beginning because I'm just
That was.
nosy. I'm just nosy and curious and prying,
Well,
basically.
you're a very good interviewer.
Well,
I have caught a couple of these. Of course, they're in the middle of the day here. So last week, I caught a big portion of your interview with Jakir because I was printing a 2-hour and 42-minute long mix.
I would hope that that's a live show.
Well, yes, it was.
Okay, good. Because otherwise, and I'm a prog boy, otherwise that's a little indulgent, even for me.
Yeah.
I had to mix a
Yeah.
40-minute song on a motorcycle record last year. But yeah, 2-hour 42, that's too much. It's got to be more than one song.
Yeah. Yeah. It was more than one. So
Okay, good.
it was good.
Good.
So yeah.
Nice. Well, look, if we go all the way back, we take you back to Joplin, Missouri, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So growing up there, now I know a little bit about some things once you get to high school and stuff like that, but I'm curious, before then, how much music is going on in your family? Like, how are you playing in bands? You're playing in instruments? Nothing? Like, what's going on in Vance land?
So no music in my family. No one in my family is a musician. When I was in fourth grade, third grade, I decided I wanted to play an instrument. I asked my mom if I could play violin. She said absolutely not. And then it was like, and then I think it was just all the screeching, you know.
Yeah, there is nothing worse.
And then to make it worse, what I landed on was French horn.
That's what I started on.
And yeah, that's not an easy instrument.
No.
Especially for a third grader.
It doesn't screech, but dying moose is the usual description.
And the worst part was, you know, back in those days, like kids actually walked to school. So I walked a little over a quarter of a mile or more to school. It was easily, I don't know, 10 blocks. So it was even more than that. And carrying a French horn, which means that I would always run into some other kid from school that thought it was cool to throw rocks at me because I was a nerd. And so I remember one time running down the street with my French horn case on my head like this while I was being pelted with rocks because I was band idiot, you know? And I think that's probably about the time I said, fuck it. And I remember taking it to school and just leaving it and then just never coming back.
Wow.
You know? So a year of that, I think it was my fourth grade year, whatever they call that, I just left it. I think that I just left it at some point. So yeah, no musicians in my family, but what is in my family is kind of engineers, like in the engineering part of it. My grandfather was a mechanical engineer, like an engineer. He ran engines, big engines, steam engines, coal-fired steam engines, gasoline, diesel, all that. And he was a miner. Joplin is a mining town. And my grandfather, like his father was a miner. So my grandfather was working in the mines at 15 in 1929 or something like that. And all through the boom years of Joplin, which was basically all through the it was before that. So it's 105. So all during the teens and 20s, my grandfather was in the ground and running engines and all. And my other grandfather was a brick mason. Mm-hmm. Now, the weird part of that is my other grandfather was a self-taught electronic genius. He invented all kinds of really cool shit, but we can get to that in a little bit. But so my one grandfather's an engineer. The other grandfather is a brick mason turned electrical engineer. And then my father was a master machinist. And so he also built cars. So growing up, before my parents divorced when I was in third grade, but between the time I was born and the time that my dad left, we had cool cars all the time that I didn't even realize were cool. I mean, we had a 356C Speedster. We had a 911. We had a 12-cylinder Jag. We had 66 Roadrunner 440 6-pack, straight shifter, like crazy. We had all this crazy shit.
Wow.
And we had a Volkswagen Bug. We had a Volkswagen, a camp wagon. We had Carmen Ghia. We had all these cars. We were always going through cars. And my grandfather, that was the engineer, my dad and my grandfather, they shared a shop. And so he had a paint booth in there and it had a lift. And so a lot of my early youth was hanging out working on cars.
Wow.
And I put 3 engines in a Chevrolet van in the 80s.
At the same time?
No, one right after the other. I took one out. It's really not true. I put 2 in. I took one out, put one in, and then that one blew up. And I took that one out and put another one in. So, well, I didn't really do it. Somebody else did it, but then I had to do all the other stupid shit to make it work. And then I bought it, and then I was the guy who had a van,
Right.
So, I was that guy. I remember going on a date once. I went to pick up this girl, and I came to the door, and I knocked on the door. Her dad opened, and he said, "Is that your car?" And I said, "Yes." He goes, "Nope." Clunk.
All right.
And then she came out a little bit later with the keys to his car. Like, nope. So
Wow.
that happened. That was fun.
So that didn't work out then.
Yeah. So I did that. I actually, I took electronics in high school, which is we had a tech school thing. So 3 hours a day, my junior and senior year, I went to tech school. And so I had to take like mathematics for electronics, and strangely came out of that, with enough. I could have just gone right into an EE school and gone for 2 years, probably. I could have clept out of a lot of things, but I didn't, because I got nerded out into the computer world, 1982.
Right.
So I went to college and I clept out of a bunch of things. I took assembly language and COBOL and Fortran and Pascal, which is a weird sort of early objective language, which is kind of cool. Became C later.
Yeah.
Just my first year, I took those classes, and I did really well in all those classes. I just didn't do well in like calc and trig, and chemistry, all the other things that you have to. And then I had a friend who was a guitar player. He played in this little band that was terrible. That was where he worked. He worked at a upholstery shop, and the upholstery shop had a little band. But there was a couple kids that one of the guys in the upholstery shop's kids had this little punk band. Not really a punk band, probably like a new wave band. And this would have been 83, And they were all 15 and 16 and 17. They were kids. My friend and I, we were both almost 20 at that point, almost 20. Well, 19, almost 19, we were old.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And back in those days, if you were 18, you could drive over into Kansas and drink really watered down beer, And so we were going to see bands all the time. And so they started this band, and I just kind of loved that. And we had 2 PV XR600 PA heads and 4 of these weird EV banana shaped line arrays with like 4x6s in them that were banana shaped. And then the drummer's dad spent $5,000 and bought a real PA. And we started playing clubs, and that's where sort of all this started.
Right.
And I told my mom that I was not going to school. So this would have been 84, probably. Summer of 84. I was like, I'm going to take a year off. And to this day, I give her all the credit in the world for this. She said, "Oh, cool. Where are you going to live?" And I was like, what? She's like, "Yeah, if you're not going to school, you're not living here. So you got a week, figure it out." And that's what I had to do. So of course I moved in with one of the guys in the band. I had a girlfriend. I hung out at her house for a while, So I did that for about a year, and then, figured some stuff out. But,
So now it also, and I'm only asking because there's so many parallels between the whole French horn thing is a bit disconcerting, actually, because I also used to carry it on my head to avoid getting pelted by rocks.
Much higher. Much higher up.
Exactly. But it still didn't help.
Yeah.
But your first show, one of the first concerts you went to, big concerts, I'm assuming, was Talking Heads.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And that's probably Stop Making Sense tour, or is it before that?
No, before that. So the very first show I went to was with my grandmother, was Johnny Paycheck.
Wow.
Johnny Paycheck. And this was right before the Take This Job and Shove It. So this is probably 73. So I was a kid. But yeah, so Talking Heads played the college, whatever,
right?
Like the
student union or
student union, exactly. And that would have been not Fear of Music. That would have been like the 77 record. So I've been like in 78.
Right.
And that, I mean, they're just a college band. They played. And I had a friend who didn't know anything about them, but he knew that it was cool to go there. And so we went. I had no idea. I mean, I saw it and I got to be honest with you, I didn't like it at all until later. And later, my memory is, wow, that was pretty fucking cool. You know what I mean?
Well, it's got to be pretty far outside your experience up to that point.
Oh, in Joplin. And I'm going to tell you this. I was a fucking nerd. I loved classical music. And I loved the Star Wars soundtrack. You know what I mean? In 77.
Yeah.
And, and the Jaws soundtrack. And I mean, I loved that kind of thing. It wasn't really until a little later that my older brother, said, hey man, check out this Led Zeppelin. It's cool. You know what I mean? Check out The Wall, or not The Wall that was on my own, but check out Dark Side of the Moon,
Right.
And I was, I had my little Yamaha natural sound receiver and my Boston Acoustic A60s and, my little Techniques turntable and, listening to that in my bedroom, in the dark was pretty life-changing, and it's funny, the Talking Heads thing is it is my first rock concert, but not really I really remember it.
Right.
I just
formative.
Don't really have a lot of formative. My first rock concert where I went, where people were, smoking weed next to me and we stood on the chairs, was Alice Cooper.
Wow.
Yeah. And that would have been in about 81 or 80, somewhere in there, 80 maybe.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. And it was so loud. I remember just standing on the floor, feeling my chest, right in front of the stacked PA,
Yeah.
just my chest exploding while, and then they cut his head off and the boas. And I mean, it was the whole deal,
And did that kind of blow your mind? Was that like a holy shit, I need to be a part of that?
It was, but no, it didn't. That wasn't what did it. What did it was that year I was in college and my friend was in the band, but they were bad, right? Just the cover band.
Yeah.
And I mean, they were
Can I just point out the upholstery cover joke that I'm not going to make there?
Upholstery. Yep.
Okay.
That's a very good one.
Going on.
Yeah. They probably should have been called the cover. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not going to go there. But, yeah, now they were playing nowhere. They were playing in their garage, and people would come over. I'm not kidding. And just sit outside and with lawn chairs and drink beer.
So like a block party without a block party.
Yeah. But I mean, this is out. My Joplin peeps will know. This is on the way to Seneca, right? Outside of Tipton, Florida, outside of Redding's Mill on the way to Seneca. There's a little town, and they were just outside. There was, there's a house a mile away.
And maybe, all the gigs they did were that they would just open up the garage door.
And when I say all their gigs were maybe once or twice.
Right. All both of them. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. And then, we went, there was a band. Now, this is an interesting tie-in, by the way. There was a band from Springfield, Missouri called Fool's Face, and they were very good. And there was a club outside of Joplin in Kansas, right across the border, called Galena, Kansas. Galena, Kansas is known for nothing other than being one of the most massive super fund cleanup sites in American history because it's all lead mine. Galena is lead. That's the Galena lead. That's what it's called. And so I don't know, maybe it's the geological term for lead is for this time is Galena. So it was just mine pits and chat piles, and it was a shithole little town. And there was a club there that was basically built on the backs of it being an 18 and Missouri was 21. And so all these people were driving over. It's 5 miles from Joplin to Galena, And we would go over there, and it was called Sergeant Pepper's. And we would go over there and think about this. It was $5 cover, all you can drink.
So the beer was definitely watered down.
Well, it was 3.2. So it's about the same alcohol as a Guinness, 3.2.
That's not terrible.
They would give you a pitcher and cups. And my friends and I, we never drank anything but the pitcher. We would just carry the whole pitcher around. So it was a lot of drinking and peeing. It's a lot of peeing, to be honest with you. A lot of peeing. So, and there was bands, and that was great. And there were girls, and the place opened at 7. Bands played from 9 to midnight, and then the thing closed at midnight. And so then you had to like drive back through the gauntlet of police waiting for you to, DUI on the Missouri side. It was a time. Let me tell you, it was a time. But we went, my friend Matt Arnold, who was in that band, we went and saw a band. We used to see Fool Space. They were from Springfield. There was a band, you'll love this, called The Edge. And The Edge later became King's X.
No shit.
Now, The Edge had 2 guitar players. One of them was Ty. The other guy was the guy that everybody went and saw. He was the crazy, great guitar player. Then he left, and they changed their name to Sneak Preview, which is a terrible name. But anybody who knows King's X, this was Doug full on, he's 6'5" or whatever with the mohawk, playing his upside down P bass through, 2 SVTs and 2 Marshall stacks, playing cover songs. And I'm not kidding, playing cover songs.
Wow.
And then they moved off to Fort Worth or whatever, Dallas or Houston, and then turned into King's X. But we used to go see Sneak Preview all the time. Those guys are from Springfield. Now, there was a band from Wichita, Kansas, called the Clocks. And the Clocks actually got signed. They were on Casablanca. And they had one little hit called She Looks a Lot Like You. And a sound guy by the name of Doug Adams mixed them. But there was another guy who mixed them from time to time, and his name was John McBride.
Dum, dum, dum.
So I knew of John McBride's name because he owned the sound company that Doug Adams would bring gear down, or they were in cahoots somehow. So both from Wichita, I heard his name 100 times. He went on, he mixed a band that the Clocks broke up, and then he mixed a band called The Dogs. And that's where I met John. So that would have been 84, 3, 4, 5, somewhere in there.
Right.
And then didn't run into him for years. Another little weird thing, a friend of mine who played bass, he played bass in Martina McBride's Lounge Act. They played Holiday Inns in Kansas City when she was 18.
Wow.
So there's all these weird little connections. But yeah, I went and saw the Clocks one time, and of course I was this far from a wall of 8 front-loaded 18 JBLs, and in mid-range boxes and horns. And I remember there being this moment where the singer, they were doing a cover of the Animals, When I Was Young. And in the middle of the song, there's this breakdown where he's like, things were so much colder then. And the singer for that band, his name is Jerry. Somebody can look it up. But he was awesome. And he played bass, and he leaned back, and way back from the mic, he just did this cool, like sort of Daltrey yell and hit his bass. And I remember those 18s, that wave of sound, of course, blasting me in the ear, but going through my body. And I remember, I literally have goosebumps talking about it. I remember that wave, and I just thought, I want to do that.
Right.
I want to make people feel like that. I want to do whatever it takes to make other people feel like that. I want people to be blown away by music, and everything I had to do with computers, all that shit, it all just went right out the fucking window.
Really, just
right
in a second.
Done. Just like that. Boom. And at that point, that's when I decided I was going to quit college. I was going to hang out with this band. I was going to learn how to do that. I was going to try to figure out some way to make records. All of it just went right out the window. Boom.
Wow.
Just like that. And, you know, I was lucky in having like amazingly tolerant parents, even though it sounds like, you know, my mom kicked me out of the house, 5 months later. She did, but she also was like, I would say, hey, can I come spend the weekend? Or I'm going to come over on Tuesday, Wednesday, because so-and-so's girlfriend is, or,
right.
Whatever. And I would be allowed back, but it was good because I suddenly had to figure out how to live and all that on my own, and try to have a career. And at this moment, I worked at, when I was in high school, I worked at a hospital, which my mom also worked at. I worked in dietary. So I did pots and pans, and I did wash dishes, and I did that from 4 to 8, 5 days a week or 4 or 5 days a week. And it made enough money at the time while I was in high school and the first part of college, but then suddenly I had to live on my own. So I actually got a job. I worked at Radio Shack.
Mm-hmm.
And I was hired to do sometime sales and sometime computer repair. Right. So that's what I wanted to do. But it ended up, I mostly just kind of did sales. And so I had to wear a tie, and I had a really bad corduroy jacket and some slacks. And I sold people phone shit because that's when AT&T and all that broke up, and people were, I can buy my own phone and wireless, cordless phones. And,
right.
And an IBM PC XT was $5,000 and had a 5 megabyte hard drive.
Yeah.
I sold, you'll appreciate this because I know you dealt with them. I sold a 10 megabyte Bernoulli floppy or hard drive for a TRS-80 Model 16 to a client, and it was $10,000.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Sync with your drives were the same thing. And the 10 megabyte ones had 12-inch platters. Mm-hmm. And they were so expensive that they had smoked plexiglass hoods on them so you could see the platters and the heads moving.
Yep.
$1,000 a megabyte.
Yep. It was a different world, Andrew. It was a different world.
It was. Memory was very expensive.
It was very expensive. My first real computer, my grandfather bought me a TRS-80 color computer. It had 4K of RAM. Had a cartridge, you play games with the cartridge. Man. But you wrote type things in BASIC.
Yeah.
And I didn't even get so far to get the floppy. I didn't have enough money at that point to do it. But we
didn't have the color one. We had the Model 2, which was like the business
Model 2?
one.
Oh, yeah.
With the dual 8-inch floppies.
Oh,
and when we got the second 8-inch floppy, it was like, oh my God. Because otherwise you'd have to swap disks between your system disk and your program disk like 60 times. Yeah. Luxury with two disks.
Model 2 is a pretty cool computer. The one I did actually have one of these for a little while. It wasn't ever mine, but I had a Model 3 for a while. Mm-hmm. And then a 4. We had a 4 when I was in high school. Our electronics class had a 4. And that was the one with the 2 5-inch floppies.
Oh, right. Yeah. Stacked up.
We're talking about some pretty cool, no color.
No. Just green.
Black and white, just green. Yep. Green. Well, actually it was funny because I think the 3 was green, but the 4 was grayscale.
Oh, right. Wow.
So it actually had, there we go. Yep. It's all right. I'm back. Sorry.
There you are. Back. That's all right.
Yeah. Sorry about that. My contraption lost its suction. Just so you guys all know, my phone is connected to a pint glass on a thing that's supposed to go in my car to hold my phone. So that's what happened there. I apologize.
It's going to happen again
But
too,
yeah,
and that's quite all right.
it's going to happen again. Yeah, it's fine. We're it's almost like we're in a lockdown.
All right,
It's a snow day.
So let me ask you this. So you make the decision, like, okay, now it's time to do this other thing. You still have a couple of months of school, so it's not like that day, that's all you start doing. But then you had that time to think about, like, well, okay, so what's the plan? What did you decide you thought was the path forward to doing that? Because there wasn't a lot of it going on around there, was there?
No, not really. So there were two things that were going on. One, I still was working a Radio Shack, and the band that I was talking about earlier they'd got this PA. They'd been rehearsing a lot. And we started playing like real paying gigs. And so this is so frightening. We had a 1966 Ford school bus. And that bus, we would drive it to gigs. We weren't insured. And it didn't have the booster, the vacuum booster for the brakes. It didn't really work. So to stop the thing, you had to stand on the brakes to stop. It was I have so many almost disasters from that thing. But it had our name on it. We painted it. We went out and painted the whole thing and put the band's name on it. And we started playing club gigs, and we played 3 hours, and we'd do a bunch of like Vapors tunes and,
nice.
The Jam and Plimsolls. And, it was, that's what was going on. So all that stuff happening. It's funny. My daughter just sent me a text that said, "Don't drop the phone again, nerd." That was funny. Hi, Tia. So we started going out and playing gigs, and it started getting to be a point where I could make enough money because the band, we just did a split. There were 4 guys in the band and me. So we just did a split. So sometimes we'd make $500 or $600 at the door, and then we just split it. We'd pay the gas, and everybody makes $60 or $80. And it was like, shit, we're going to do that on Friday night, and we're going to do it again. I mean, that's $120. That's way more than I'm making at radio.
Yeah.
And because who knows? I don't even know what I was making back then, but I can tell you $100 a week was a lot of money for me at the time,
Yeah. And that's making $250 an hour on a full-time job.
Yeah. I mean, I think when I worked at the hospital, I made $404 was the highest I ever made. And but only worked 4 hours a night.
Right.
And I only got 16 hours a week. So add that up, that's not much money. And I think $2.65 was minimum wage. I probably made $4 at Radio Shack. So, 10 hours is $40. If I work, it's, which is, by the way, to me today, I think about that and I'm just like, how did I even live? But I didn't know any money. I didn't have anything.
No, exactly.
I didn't have anything. I drove a Fiat, a green Fiat, by the way. Sedan, 4-door, 128 sedan. And then the starter went out. And so for an entire year, I push started it because it didn't weigh anything. So I could literally push it, jump in, pop the clutch until one night, my buddy who was in the band and I did that. It backfired, the carburetor exploded, and the whole thing burned to the ground in the mall parking lot as the mall was closing. So nothing more embarrassing than that. And so I found a second one, but it was a station wagon. Ooh. And I just used my old one for parts. And I drove that until I gifted it to my older brother, like in 85. I just gifted it to him. I got the title out and I just said, "Here, it's yours." And then luckily I never had to deal with it again. But yeah, I would, and it was a wagon. So I could put the seats down and we could carry a couple Marshalls, right, and a couple amps and a rack in the back of it.
Wait, get off the synth. God. They go up without going on the synth, but they come down right onto it. They're idiots.
Hold on one second. Hold on. I got to reattach my thing here. which is hilarious because I'm going to do this. Watch. I'm
There
going to
you
lick
go.
the bottom of the pint glass.
That'll help.
You know, man, this is reality TV right here, Andrew. This is reality as it gets.
Well,
There we
this is how important these interviews are, that you would MacGyver some shit to get on here.
I MacGyvered some shit to make this happen. And if it happens again, I'm going to have to go get like a glass bowl or something. I'm going to have to figure something out. It's all right. It's fine.
We're fine. Good. It's fine. So is this band all right.
They were called the Acrylics.
The Acrylics. Nice.
Yes.
That's not terrible.
Yes.
That is not
it's
terrible.
Not terrible. I mean, it was 83, 84.
Right.
You know.
Okay, so then at some point you get offered a gig with Danny Carey's cover band.
Oh, okay. So here's what happens. So the Acrylics break up. I took a job in July of 1986. No, July of 85 at a music store in Grove, Oklahoma. I quit Radio Shack. And one of the guitar players in the Acrylics played in this band. And he worked at a music store in Grove, Oklahoma. Now, I'm not going to suggest you know where that is, but it's on Grand Lake, the Cherokees, which is a huge lake that was built from WPA damming. They dammed it up. It's this huge lake. It's brown, it's shitty, and a lot of people go there and boat in Oklahoma, right? But Grove has had at that point one stoplight and had one blinking light. It had a McDonald's and had a bunch of it had a campgrounds around it. It was nice. It's where people went to go to the lake. But there was a guy there. His name was Andy Eck. He was a super sweet dude, still around, I think. And he had figured out this. It's not a scam. He would buy 100 Strats. And then he would sell them for like $5 over cost. And then he would put ads like, Andy Eck's having a huge Strat sale. You know, come to Andy Eck Music, Grove, Oklahoma. And so people would drive down there and buy a Strat because in those days, Strats were a big deal.
Yeah.
And I got a gig there. I don't play guitar. I don't know anything about guitar other than how to mic an amp. And I didn't even really know how to do that then. And I went down, but I had been selling computers and shit that I didn't know anything about either. And so I went down there and I got a gig in June of 85. And the Acrylics broke up officially sometime in September because one of the guys was getting married or something. I don't remember the deal, but the band broke up. So there was a guy by the name of Cameron Cruz, who is a dude who had a band. I think at the time they were called, I know the band at that time was called Night Gallery. And they played clubs through Missouri, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Kansas, down all through the South that would book cover bands for a week. So like you'd come out on a Monday, you'd set up Monday night after the bar, or on a Sunday even. You play Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then you'd go to the next town. And he hit me up because he was putting a new band together, and he had met this guy, this bass player, who knew a dude up in Kansas. Both these guys were in Kansas City, who knew a couple guys. One of those guys was Danny Carey. And the bass player was awesome. His name was Ron, but I can't remember the keyboard player. He was actually great and really weird. And that was awesome in its own way because he's the one who turned me on to Eno. Like he's the one, man, you need to check this guy out. And that's when I sort of all this starts coming back around a little bit back to Talking Heads, but where I really sort of fell in love with I didn't realize why I loved Remain in Light so much. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I bought the record and I couldn't figure it out. Like, why did I figure it out? And then the keyboard player, I can't remember his name. He's the one that's like, you got to check this out. He did this record and this record. And I'm like, oh, Devo, I love Are We Not Men? Oh, he did that. And I mean, Bowie, all those. I didn't get any of that until the middle 80s. I wasn't cool at all. Which is strange. You know what I mean? Like I was just in my own little
Well, no, I
world.
mean,
And
you're not going to
well,
come
I'm
across it
Joplin, Missouri.
naturally.
Trust me, man. Joplin, Missouri. Like it is not a, it is a, you know, I mean, I didn't even know really, it was like 81 before I figured out the Sex Pistols. I mean,
Right.
they were, you know, long gone by then. But Joplin, that shit never, you know, didn't, you know, I mean, we just didn't have that. You know, the
Yeah.
radio station was still playing Journey, you know what I
Right.
mean? And Boston, you know, and all that shit, which is fine, but you know, it was all that.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's just what you're around. But Danny was in this Danny joined this band, and we played together or worked together. I was the sound guy, lighting guy. He was the drummer, and we probably worked for maybe 8 weeks tops together. I was in a hotel room in Memphis, Tennessee. Danny and I and this keyboard player, and I think it was the keyboard player and maybe the guitar player were all in one room in 2 beds. So we're all sleeping in the same bed. And I remember getting up that morning and turning on TV and watching, you know, the shuttle explode, you know,
Right.
Challenger explode. And then that week, we played a gig in, I think it was Montgomery, Alabama, and nobody was at the gig, kind of one of those things. And the band played Hot for Teacher and then like dedicated it to like Krista McAuliffe. And we got fired. We got fired. And I think that was the last show I ever did with him. So that was pretty spectacular. But I've actually never really talked to him since. Well, one time. I did talk to him one time later, about a little later than that, later in 85 or 86 or 86. I saw him in Kansas City once, but Jack White's drum tech for a while was his drum tech, and we sort of exchanged messages, you know, hey, tell him I said hi, that kind of thing.
Right.
But it is kind of funny to be like, yeah, I was in a cover band with Danny Carey, you know.
That's amazing.
And I mean, we were doing like Oh Sheila and like Everybody Wants to Rule the World and Purple Rain and, you know,
stuff that's not that easy to cover though.
No. And he was playing at the time. He had a Simmons kit,
right,
with like the Terry Bozzio sharp pedals.
Yeah.
And so he had nothing in front of him. He had a snare drum between his legs, hat. He had a rack of rototoms, and then he had all these pads that he had made out of plexiglass with contacts, and that was his whole drum kit. Oh, and he had a chroma wood, like a big 18 floor tom, or maybe 2 of them, and that was his kit. And so, you know, at one point in the show, we'd let him do he would do a drum solo. He's playing like this crazy, like 18 over 13 with bars of 7. And, you know, I mean, blah, 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 blah. And people in these clubs would literally just be like this. Like, what the fuck is that going on? And I wish I had recorded it, but our rig that we had no cassette deck.
Right.
And if we did, I gave all those to Cameron. So Cameron, who I think he's on my Facebook, or he's on Facebook. I know Cameron may have them. Yeah, so that happened. And then that band, like I said, it kind of blew up right after that. And then I was hanging out at Sergeant Pepper's one night. Oh, this is a fun story. I'll just for those of you, I went to Sergeant Pepper's, and I met this friend of mine who was super high on acid. And so he had a really cool car, and he's like, dude, I need you to drive me home. I'm so high. I'm like, okay, cool. So he gave me his car keys, and he disappeared off into the crowd, you know, just being super high. And I ran into these girls I knew, and they told me that one of them's friend had this band and they needed a sound guy. And I was like, okay. So I ended up kind of talking to them for a while. And they gave me one of the guys' numbers in the band. And then I ended up taking my friend home, which is a long, fun story where basically the whole time he was like, dude, this is the coolest car ever. And I'm like, yeah, it's yours. He's like, no. Like, yeah, this is yours. He had a 66 Mustang Fastback. And he's like, this is so cool. Dude, how'd you get this car? I go, dude, it's yours. You gave me the keys. I'm driving you. He's like, oh man, we gotta cruise Maine. So, in Joplin, you cruise Maine. He's like, fuck man, this is so cool. So yeah, hopefully he's also a friend of mine, but he's out there. I mean, he's not listening, but that was a good story.
Well, tripping balls, I think, is the.
He was definitely tripping balls. He was so into his own car. That's what's hilarious.
Yeah,
thinking
it wasn't even his.
I mean, yeah, he was just like, "Where'd you get this? Like, this is your car." It's like, "Oh yeah, it's my car." Yeah, but so I called this guy, and his name was Brian Plumley, and he was playing with these guys. They had a band called A Picture Made, which is sort of like a half sentence Southernism. Like, we got to get ourselves a picture made. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. They were from Pittsburgh, Kansas. Brian, really to date, still one of the coolest lyricists and singer performers I've ever been around. He's like a lawyer now in North Carolina, of course, but him and Eric Harris and a guy by the name of Brian Jones. And then they had a drummer who was very nice, but not great. I went and saw them, and they were incredibly captivating. Here's this band from the tiniest little shitty town in Pittsburgh, Kansas. I mean, it's a little college town. And looking back, Andrew, they were years ahead. They were all wearing flannel. They sounded like a cross between like a heavier REM and Pearl Jam. I mean, and Brian's lyrics were fantastic. They put on amazing shows. He was one of those guys who would just fly around the stage all over and trip over the drums and fall into the crowd and just, whatever he was doing, he was 100% into it, right? I knew a drummer in town named Steve Ritter. I said, you got to get this guy to play drums. They got together, they spent a week, they played a gig, and that was it. And about 3 years of my life, we did that. And we got fired from a replacements tour because Westerberg said, there's no fucking way we're going on after you guys ever. Too fucking good. We had like 5 or 6 dates. They paid us for all the dates.
Wow.
But they were just like, no, too fucking good, We toured, we did opening slots for Sonic Youth. We did opening slots for Soul Asylum, Camperville and Beethoven, all those bands at the time, all that like 86, 87, 88, like all these cool bands and all over the South, played CBGBs, played all over.
And you're doing front of house.
Live sound.
Yeah.
And interpersonal band management. Not really management, but just front of house. And I was a member of the band. I was a 5th member, We made a cool record with Mitch Easter, which was awesome. And that was really the first. We actually, let me back up. We made a single with Bill Belknap. Now, you may not know Bill Belknap's name, but he was the engineer at Long Branch in Tulsa. Mm-hmm. Long Branch was a studio that was basically put in to do it was a scoring stage and video production stage and studio for all of the Rumblefish, Outsiders, all the Francis Ford Coppola, all those Coppola movies that were made in Tulsa.
Right.
And so Bill had engineered the Rumblefish soundtrack there at Long Branch. So we recorded a single, which was called God Loves a Hell of a Man, which I love to this date. And big API desk, MM1100s and 1200s, data mix automation,
nice.
All that beautiful, beautiful, cool place, big room. But it was like a scoring stage, it was and had had a whole rafter system with cameras and lights, and
And
it was a
Rumblefish
stage.
was the Stuart Copeland score, right?
Yeah, Stuart
Yeah.
Copeland. Yeah,
Yeah.
he did all that.
Wow.
This is completely speaking out of school, so the details of this are very foggy. But he told a story about coming in one morning, because Stuart would work from 12. His job was to be there from 12 to 12, but Stuart may stay late. He said he came in one morning and there was tape going all around the studio, this huge tape loop, and he had like an early Lin 9000 or something thing, and he had all these keyboards, and he had this loop, and he was playing tambourines or something to this huge tape loop in record. So he was just recording in this huge tape loop, and a couple of years later, he heard that was the intro to Synchronicity 1. The very beginning, that dun 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 dun.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was all like all the percussion loop was all this big huge tape loop. It was that or Synchronicity 2, one of the two. I can't remember.
Well, look, even if it's
crazy.
not true, I'm sticking to it. I love that. So.
Yeah. Well, see, we don't want to let the pure truth get in the way of a great story. So
no, exactly. I mean, yeah.
In my mind, that's as I remember it, but. But if Bill's out there, he could.
So that was your first time, like in a studio,
with
someone making
real
a record.
studio.
Yeah.
Right.
And was that another mind blow thing, or you were still on the live thing at that point?
No. I was. My mind was blown. When I worked at the music store, there was an 8-track studio next door.
Right.
And they had a Tascam 80-8, and I did some sessions there, which are sort of like, you all right, you guys ready? Record. Yeah. I mean, it's just a totally different world, But yeah, that's the first time I went down there. We spent 8 hours at Long Branch and recorded 2 songs and mixed them. And they're good. They're probably out somewhere.
Right.
But then the next big thing for me was actually wasn't Mitch's place. That came later. There was a studio in my hometown that was originally in my hometown. The music store was Bob Massey Music, and Bob had this little building that he basically had pianos and guitars in the 60s, and then he built a bigger building next door, and this building next door was just pianos. So for a long time, I remember that as being the piano gallery, And then these guys got together and they basically, I'm going to say this, I don't want to mean this the bad way, but they were a bunch of Christian dudes who got together with a bunch of other Christian dudes to bilk a bunch of people out of a bunch of money for their own good. All right. And one of the guys, his wife was Miss Missouri, and she was a Christian singer. And they got a bunch of money from a bunch of people. They bought a bunch of gear, put it in this building, had no one to run it, right? And immediately went out of business. Bob's son, Rick Massey, bought all the gear. I am sure pennies on the dollar.
Yeah.
Right? And it was all there. It was a Allen Heath Brunel Syncon B desk, 40 by 24 inline desk, 2 big 900 series racks of DBXs. All the walls in the whole thing are carpeted, all carpet. A drum booth, completely carpeted as it gets. A pair of Atari MX70 1-inch 16 tracks.
Right.
A Cypher digital Shadow.
Nice, to try and lock those babies up.
Or a BTX to try to lock them. Yeah.
Sure, that
was a joy.
Well.
Yeah, it worked great. I tried to get those things locked for months and months until it's what's funny is later, this is a story later on, but I tried to figure it out and I could never get it to work. And then one of the guys said, "Oh, the reason you can't get it to work is the timecode generator has been sold." I was like, "Oh, I thought this thing did it." Oh no, huh? It just, I was so green.
So
I had no idea.
You're just hitting play and hoping for the best.
I'm just hitting play and record and trying to get the two to work, and of course nothing's working. So yeah, that's embarrassing, slightly embarrassing, but true. But what happened was there was a guy by the name of Greg Kretzinger, who's a good friend of mine still this day. He had a band, and they had recorded at Massey's with an engineer from Oklahoma that they knew, and he wasn't going to be able to do it. And I was on the road with Picture Made, and I was doing a lot of mixing. I was mixing a lot of bands around town. You know, people would call me. I'd make $100 a night. It was, you know, $100 a night. It was great. And Greg called me and he said, "What? I need you to do this session if you can." So I went down there. I've never been in the building before. And Rick's was like, "Okay, cool. So you arm the tracks here and it plays back here and this sends to the tape." I go, "Okay, cool. Got it." He goes, "All right," and left. And so I did that session. And about 5:45, Rick comes in. And now Rick's only a few years older than me. We're like, you know, we kind of, I mean, you know, he's only maybe 4 years older than me. He comes in, he stands back there behind me. He's like, "Here's the key. Here's a key. Come see me tomorrow." And I go, "Oh, okay, cool. I'll bring you a key." And he's like, "Nope, that's your key. You're the new engineer here. You're better than all of us." All of us? Who's all of us? It was him. He's like, "You're better than me. And I've got this other business. And so here's the key to the studio." And I'm like, "Well, I don't know how any of this works." He goes, I'll teach you how it works." And so I came in the next day and he said, "All right, cool. We're going to align the tape machines." And he taught me how to align the tape machines. And then he was like, "Okay, and this does this. And so just so you know this." And I was like, "Why do all the drums have maxi pads on all the drum heads?" And he's like, "Well, because I can never really get them to sound good otherwise." And I'm like, "Can I go get heads?" So I went to the music store and I got heads, put the 2 heads on and mic'd them up. You know, what I thought live sound guy was proper. And then a dude who played drums at the music store came over and played drums for me. And he came in, he was like, "How'd you do that?" And I was like, "I don't know. I just, you know, whatever I'm doing, I did it." And he's like, "All right, well, you got a session this weekend." And I did a whole record that weekend. And I remember the name of the session. I remember the name of the record. The band was called Crusaders for Christ. And they were a Southern gospel quartet act.
Yeah.
Which is a big deal, quartets, except it was 2 couples, which is a little different. A piano player, but they brought a drummer who also played bass and guitar. So he played drums with the piano player while they sang live in the room. Drums were in the booth. And then we overdubbed the bass, and then we overdubbed electric guitar with a lot of PV jazz chorus on it.
Right.
PV jazz chorus.
Now this is the Kicking Up Gold Dust record, right?
Kicking Up Gold Dust.
All right. Just in case people want to go have a look.
Yep. And I remember thinking, there's all these songs about like heaven. He's like with these mansions and streets of gold. And I'm like, I don't know, it seems kind of gaudy to me, but you know, maybe that's, you know, but yeah, Kicking Up Gold Dust. That was it. That's exactly right. And I remember we recorded it all on a Saturday. And then of course they went to church, and I went to church too. I didn't. And I came in at 1 and started mixing. And by about 5, I had mixed the whole record. And they were like, "Well, here's the order we wanted in." And of course, it wasn't the way it was on the 1/4 inch. And I just remember having that like, all right, well, let me figure this out. And they were like, "We're going to go to dinner. Can you get us a cassette?" Because of course, no CDs or anything. Yeah. "Can you get us a cassette?" And I was like, "Yeah." And so while they're at lunch, that 1 hour, I literally shuffle edited that whole thing onto 7-inch reels and cut it all together, and I made them a cassette. And that was my first record. And then I worked for Rick. He paid me $5 an hour, which by the way, at that time was a lot of money. He paid me $5 an hour, and I worked a lot of nights. I mean, I came in and worked a lot of evenings, and I worked a lot of Saturdays and Sundays. I had a couple of 36-hour, sessions with, now if Rick would have known, with like people drinking in the parking lot and like smoking weed and like, kind of like, there was a couple of interesting, but in that period of time, I mean, man, I learned a lot about how to do the thing, and a couple things ended up happening. One, in late '89, I got a job offer to go to work in Springfield, Missouri. Now, there's one interesting thing that happens in '89. I was still driving to places on the weekends and doing gigs, live sound gigs. And I went up and I saw a band that was playing in Springfield, Missouri. And that band, I can't remember what the name of the band was. It was at that time, that would have been about, 89. It was '89. And it was fronted by my friend Lou Whitney, who I have to say right now is one of the most genius, amazing, beautiful people that has ever walked this green earth. And, he passed away a few years back, and I miss him, man. He was so fun and so awesome. But I got to meet him, and I'd gone to see his studio, which was called Column One. And at that point, I just knew I needed to get to Springfield. I had to go to work for Lou Whitney. And so this club owner, who was a cocaine dealer, he was a distributor, to be honest with you. He offered me a gig at his club, and he had just bought out this PA company that had gone under. And I took the gig. It was $250 a week. And
Nice.
I took the gig, and I was hoping to get in with Lou, working with Lou. And I worked from 11 to 3 a.m. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, every week. That was my gig. I went in at 11, and we helped stock the bar and all that. And then when bands came in, I set the band up, I mixed the band, and the club closed at 1:30. And then of course we had to clean up, tear everything down, put everything away. And I would get home at 3 pretty much every night. And I'd get up again and be back there at 11. And I started getting kind of shafted and getting paid, just a lot of things. And all in that time, I was trying to find my way in with Lou. So what happened was I found this band that had played the club. And this record is out there too. This band was called Spankin' Rufus. And they were, there was in Springfield and Columbia, Missouri there in the early 90s, there was a ska thing. There was a band called The Urge that were from Columbia that actually got signed, like they got a deal. And they were kind of a thing. So there was this kind of ska thing happening. And this band, Spankin' Rufus, was a ska band. And they were exactly what you think a band called Spankin' Rufus was all about. They showed up to the studio with their beer bong, right? And a 6-foot long beer bong, like a bong. They smoked weed through beer over beer. And they had 3-piece horn section. They had a drummer. They had bass player, a couple guitar players. And the guitar players had written all these songs that were incredibly hilarious, but they were about the trombone player, but he didn't know it. And all about how they would, like, one of the songs is about how he'd come over and geese their stash all the time and how they always had to hide their weed from him. It was actually quite enjoyable. So I was doing this record at Lou's place, and then Lou was like, dude, like, do you want to come work here? Or you want to work here some? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, well, I'll pay you $7 an hour. The funny thing was, I remembered it as being $10 an hour until I interviewed Lou for Tape Op. And he's like, no. I never paid anybody that much. I never paid me that much. $7 an hour. I was like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah. And so I quit the club. And then not long after, Lou had a band called the Skeletons that were the fucking greatest band ever. And they had got this tour with Dave Alvin from the Blasters. And so I went off and did that for a couple of years and worked at Lou's studio and worked on some fun records. And And then the weirdest thing happened. I met a guy there in Nashville, not Nashville, in Springfield named, oh shit. Hold on, it'll come to me. And he was the monitor engineer for Christopherson. And he was out with Christopherson and the Highwaymen. And he called me one day and he said, hey, I just got this call from Tammy Wynette's crew. They're coming into Branson today and they need a monitor rig. The monitor rig's not going to work at the Jim Stafford Theater, right? Spiders and snakes, man. And he said, can you go over and get my van and take it down to him? And I said, sure. So I went over, I got it, and I took it down to him and dropped it off, and they were late. So I set the whole thing up. I got their stage plot out, used my live sound shit, got their stage plot out, laid it all out, rang the wedges out. And then they showed up 5 minutes before doors, threw all their gear up. He went through his deal and they did the show. And he said, dude, hang out. I'm going to buy you lunch, man. I owe you lunch. Like, okay. His name is Craig Herring. So Craig, while we were talking to lunch after the show, it was Tammy Wynette. I was like, okay, cool. It's Tammy Wynette, like Stand By Your Man and the IVRC. And yeah, it's cool. Legend. Cool. I get to watch the show. It's awesome. Little did I realize. We exchanged numbers. And then I delivered some monitors to him a second time in the middle of a tornado once. That's a whole nother story, but it was just crazy. And then a year later, I went out and I was doing Dave Alvin out on the West Coast. And Craig called me. It was in July, whatever year this was going to be, 91, maybe 92. And he's like, hey, do you want to, come and try out for the monitor gig for Tammy? And I was working for Lou. I was happy working for Lou, We'd go out on the road. I'd make $100 a night. And then I'd work in the studio and make $7 an hour. And I lived in a house with 2 girls and I didn't have any debt and that life was cool, And I was like, sure. How much you pay? $200 a day. $200 a day. Sure. Awesome. Like, wow, think about that. $200 a day,
Yeah.
Not $200 a week, $200 a day. So I got in my van, which at the time had no air conditioning. I drove to Nashville, which at the time was about a 10-hour drive, 10 or 12-hour drive. It was not like it is now. Now it's fast. It's great. And we went and we did 2 shows. Not Mitchell. Two little shithole towns in Nebraska. I can look them up. And they were over 4th of July. It was hot. I did the shows. It came back. I slept in my van in a church parking lot next to Tammy's house. I got up, I drove home. And when I got home, there was a message on my answering machine because, of course, nobody has a cell phone.
Yeah.
And it was, hey, did we want to offer you the gig? And so I kind of had to go to Lou and say, hey, I need to go do this gig. It's for a bunch more money, And Lou, in typical Lou, he's like, how much? Like $200. He goes, well, dude, if you don't do it, I'll do it. And which he would have too, and he would have been good at it. But I kind of half regret that because I loved Lou and I loved working for Lou. And he was so brilliant and he said one of the greatest things ever. And I've said this to other people, but I've got to tell you this story because it's so awesome. Lou had done the first Del Lords record. Right. And so he was friends with like all those guys, the Eric Campbell, and so the singer of the Del Lords, his name is Lou. I'm losing it right now because I'm, talking. Will come to me here in a minute. Top 10, everybody called him Top 10. And he had been in the Dictators before that. He made a solo record and we were recording his solo record. He plays guitar. And he had this solo that was awesome. Now this is all tape. Lou had a Soundcraft TS-24.
Right.
Like
Great
40
sounding
channel.
desks.
Great sounding desk. And he had Atari MTR-90s, Mark IIs. And so we were cutting all this to tape, of course. All this is all tape, of course. And he had this solo, and Lou loved the solo, but Top 10 didn't. And he thought it would be better. So Lou's like, look, just, I'll be happy with whatever. He goes, I'm going to leave you Vance. I'm going to leave you with Vance. So Lou looks at me and he goes, do your best. All right, cool. Like, more like, try to keep him in line. So, of course, we do a couple takes. He immediately blows the cool part, on the tape, which is gone. So we work a little bit, finally get something he likes. Lou comes back. He's got this huge joint. And now I'm not talking like a spliff. I mean, he's just rolled this dog leg, And he comes back, and Lou's tall. Lou was tall. He was probably 6'2", 6'3", about your height. And he stretches out on the chair with his feet up on the desk. He's got his hand on the talk back, and he's like, all right, let me hear this. So I hit play, and God, I wish I could remember his name. He's out on the floor. He plays it. Lou's got this big drag. He got his eyes closed. And track goes by, solo, And he stops. Lou goes, well, it's not career threatening. And it was great because later I asked him, what did you mean by that? He goes, well, solos aren't going to define his career. The song is.
Right.
It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like if he's happy, cool. It's a solo. It's not career threatening. Bad songs are career threatening. Bad vocal takes, bad singing. Those are all career threatening. A guitar solo that's different from the one we came up with before is no big deal.
So would you say that he's your first actual mentor?
He's my mentor. He is my first, for sure, mentor. Yeah, I mean, I love that. I mean, he would say great things like, one man's boy howdy, Vance, is another man's far out. Or later he was like, yeah, one man's OMG, it's another man's WTF, like what you like, I may not like. That's a great part about music. You may love the Shirelles, I may not, or you may love Metallica, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it's music. It was so subjective, And I remember one time, this is funny. We played a show in Lincoln, Nebraska, and it snowed. It's Lincoln. It's like the week after New Year's, and school's not quite back in, but there's kind of people around, and we're playing this gig, and it snowed, man. I mean, it fucking snowed. And so Lou's up on stage. He's like, how much snow did we get today? And some guy goes, 8 inches. And he goes, I've heard 8 inches of anything is a lot. Just he would just kill me, man. Here's a great one. We were driving from Philly. We played a gig in Philly. We were driving back to the city. We were staying in the city in this crack house in the city. And we pull up to the bridge, like the Lincoln Tunnel, right? And there's a dude, like the guy at the Lincoln Tunnel is talking to the person on the other side of the other, thing. It's late at night. It's 4 a.m. And he's talking about the trivia. And he's like, yeah, man, I cannot be beat. You can't beat me at trivia. And Lou looks at me and says, what's the name of the man who played the 1976 TV show Manimal? And the guy looks at me and he goes, $4. Give me your money.
Get out.
Manimal. Who would remember that? But that was just Lou. He was so smart and so sharp, and he was awesome. I loved him. He was so much fun, and it sucked because I had to leave. I left.
Right. And
I sort of wish I could have just stayed and worked there a while, but if I would have, I wouldn't be here. You know why I left? You know why I left Joplin? Because my boss, Rick Massey, went deer hunting. He went deer hunting, and he missed a couple big bids and had to lay me off on Christmas Day.
Nice.
Christmas Eve. And so I had to go to get unemployment and all that. But while all that was happening, that's when I did a gig in Springfield with Gary Thomas, and he offered me a gig. Right. That's why I moved. I lived in a house with 2 girls. One of the girls worked at a bar. I probably just would have ended up being more of a drunk than I am, you know? So, but that got me there. And then I went to Nashville, and I didn't have any place to live. I mean, I went to work for Tinariwen, and I would drive. It's 440 miles from Springfield, Missouri to Nashville. I was commuting to work, 440 miles. And then we'd go out, we'd leave on a Wednesday night or a Thursday night. We'd play Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday, come back, and then be like, okay, well, there's a gig on Tuesday. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to go to this hotel on Trinity Lane called the Liberty Inn. And the front side of the hotel is like travelers that can pay $20 a night, right? So, you know, not really a nice room. The back side of the hotel is Amsterdam. Okay. I walked around back one night, and it was like girls in the doorway, full on working doorways, and corner boys down on the road. They were selling crack and had a whole thing going. They had the whole deal in the back of this hotel. Nashville used to be kind of seedy. And so that was all happening. I just remember like my little Joplin eyes being like, oh shit. Wow. Like, you know.
So you stayed around front though.
I did. I stayed around front. The guy who hired me, I stayed at his house for a little while, but he had just gotten married. And so him and his wife, they just moved in together, and they're both Polish, and they would fucking fight like crazy. Like we'd get off the bus, come in, I'd be in the next event. They would like fight like crazy and then have really loud sex for 20 minutes. It was really not a great place. It was very, very frustrating, so to speak. But so I had nowhere to live, and a friend of his had just gotten divorced, who I didn't even know. He's a good friend of mine now, but he just called me up and said, hey, you want to go live with this guy? And I went over and I moved into his house. His name was Jed Downing. He's a lighting designer here in town. And I moved into his house, and like 3 weeks later, we got evicted. His landlord was illegally subletting his house. And so, but I was working for Tinariwen, and I was going out I should back up. One thing happened. At the end of the year, I worked with Craig, and then Craig quit. I still wasn't living there. I was driving back and forth, and they told me, look, we want to give you the production manager for a house job, but you got to live here. So that's when I moved in with Jed. So I left a little bit out there.
Right.
But yeah, I did monitors for about 8 months, which was, that was a rough job. She was sweet. She was awesome, but it was, man, she was loud.
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
Well, monitors, you can only fail. That's it.
Yeah. You know what the difference is between a monitor engineer and a toilet, right?
Nope.
You only take shit from one asshole at a time on a toilet. If you're a toilet.
Boom. Let's both have a drink. I'll drink.
Yeah, let's do it. Cheers.
Nice.
So I was working here in town, and I was working at Opryland doing stagehand work, and I was working for Tammy, but like it wasn't too long after I came here before Tammy started having a lot of like health issues, and I still was trying to do sessions back at Lou's in Springfield, and then I did a record up in Kansas City or in Lawrence, but I pretty much was trying to get a couple gigs here in town. And you know, I was 28 at the time, and they were like, no, you can be an intern. And I was like, man, I ran a studio for years. I worked for Lou for years. Like, I know everything. And in reality, I probably really needed that learning way more than I got ever, because I just had to learn everything myself.
Right. But did you want to get off the road and into the studio at this point? You wanted to make records?
Well, I wanted to make records. I always wanted to make records. And, I had moved Diana and Tia here in 94 or 5, something like that. And so suddenly, like me being gone on the road and, suddenly all that, I definitely wanted to try to figure out some way to minimize my time away. And, I didn't have any way to do that. I could just, I did buy, which is funny, I think about now, I bought a Audio Media 3 card and Pro Tools 3 and started like learning that. And I bought Deck. Remember Deck?
Oh, yeah.
And Deck 2, I had that first. And then I bought that. And so I could kind of like, I could kind of record some stuff from time to time, record some live shows on my laptop, which was like groundbreaking,
Yeah.
But, I wasn't really doing anything. And it kind of sucked, to be honest with you. And the thing that, the thing that happened is that those years on the road, I kept getting, like I was working for Tammy. We did bigger and bigger and bigger things, we did a lot of big shows. I mean, we did everything from the Palladium in London, to Carnegie Hall,
Yeah.
we pretty much kind of did a lot of cool shit and a lot of really bad Indian casinos, a lot of that. I remember we did 2 weeks, this is a true story, 2 weeks in Reno, Nevada. And this would have been about 96 or 7 over Christmas, New Year. So I left my house Christmas Day, went to the bus, and we rode a bus to Reno. Now, let me tell you, that's a long fucking ride, right? Then we played Reno for 2 weeks and then drove back. The funny part of this is our opening act in Reno was a fucking elephant. 2 elephants. So every night we had, we'd push our stage gear back and they would bring these elephants out and throw balls at them and stuff. And sometimes they would take big shits. And so you're suddenly in a little showroom with a big pile of shit, and they would clean it up and push our stage out and stand by your man.
Oh, man.
We'd go about our show. We're literally like it's puppet show, then Spinal
Exactly.
Tap.
But elephants beats puppet show any day of the week.
Elephant show, Tammy Wynette.
That's amazing.
And what's funny is we actually did play Magic Mountain, the famous puppet show. We played that. We played it years later with Jars of Clay, and they put on the marquee puppet show Jars of Clay because it was just too good to not do it. But and it was funny because they're like, yeah, you're not the only band that's ever done that.
Of course not. But did Jars of Clay do the blues jazz experimental suite?
No, they did not do Jazz Odyssey.
Jazz Odyssey.
They didn't do Jazz Odyssey.
That's a shame.
Although the one thing they did do is the cartage company, SIR, delivered a drum set, and they delivered a fucking like bright yellow, canary yellow drum set. And Steve Mason, I fucking love Steve so much. The first thing he did was come out to my front of house workbox and get all the black electrical tape, and he did the drums like Striper. He did a whole Striper thing on the drums, and which was awesome until the guy from SIR showed up. And he was so pissed. You motherfuckers, who the fuck did this? Get all this shit off my drums. Like, come to find out, they were his drums. They were his. So he had like rented SIR his drums and taken them out there.
Right.
And we had stripered them.
Because Hilarious. You really wanted a canary yellow kit,
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, you drop a canary yellow kit off to a Christian rock band, somebody's going to striper that shit.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But I mean, he spent all day on that. God damn, it's hilarious. But well, I'm getting ahead of myself.
That's right.
So while I was working for Tammy, Tammy's gigs were going down. Like the number, we were supposed to do 100 shows, and that 100 shows was going down. Well, we were supposed to do 140. That went down to about 100. And then that was headed towards 60. They kept giving me a pay raise, but I still made the same thing. I still wasn't really making any money.
Right.
And so we did a show. Some shithole Fair in Minnesota, and Martina McBride was on the show. And John was out with Claire brother, or wait, not Claire. No. I got it. John was out with Garth. He was Garth's production manager. Garth was ruling the world.
Right.
And he had sent out one of his good friends was an awesome engineer named Tim Lemoy, one of my favorite people in the whole world that's now gone. And Tim Lemoy basically was like, you need to come to MD Systems at John's place, man. We need to get you some gigs. And I was like, yeah, I'd love to do that. So I went over one day, John and I hung out. We talked about the clocks, talked about the dogs. Suddenly we all knew each other,
Right.
And about 5 months later, it was been 98 probably. No, not 97. I got a call from John. He's like, look, man, Garth's going to South America. Never going to Japan and Australia. I need somebody to do Martina's summer tour. It's festivals, fairs, it's all the same places you're doing. But I need somebody to do it, but it's kind of a front of house gig, but not really. It's a set carpenter, stage manager gig that I need you to fill in for me when I'm not there, which was about 20 of 40 shows. So I took it. And, it's kind of this is sort of one of the things, I don't really talk about this too much, but this is a true story that happens sometimes when you leave people you really like. I really loved Tammy. She was sweet. Her husband is a murdering fucking prick and he's dead now, and that's good. But when I went to tell Tammy that I was leaving was the same day that my monitor engineer, my good friend Kevin Kapler, had left, and we didn't have any shows. It was Tammy. This was like 87 or something like that. Tammy died in 88 or 98. I'm sorry, it's been 97, and I went to tell George Ritchie about it. He said, "Well, you can't say anything to Tammy because she really loves you, and she's gonna be really upset." And I said, I won't. So 5 minutes later, I know they didn't speak. 5 minutes later, I'm wiring her up for this TV show. And she's like, Vance, I don't know what I'd ever do if you left. It just gives me so much confidence to see you out there. And I just don't know what I'd ever do. And I said, well, thanks. She goes, but if you do go somewhere, just ask them if they need a chick singer and I'll just come with you. And I literally swallowed deep in my throat and I said, I'll do that. And then I watched the show and then I bailed. And that was the last time I saw her, which really sucks, to be honest with you. I called the house one time and got blown off. Oh no, man, oh pal, her husband, it's a fucking dick. Oh pal, she's asleep, I'll tell her you called.
Right.
I'll have her call you. And of course she didn't. And then she passed away, and so sucks. But she was sweet. She was sweet to me. And man, when she was in good voice, there goes a kid on his orange thing, on the orange sled.
It's not dead yet, man.
Not dead yet, no. When she could sing, man, when she sang, fuck, was it good. And she was the real deal,
Yeah.
She was awesome. But I went and did this Martina tour. It was hard as shit. And at the end of that tour, right at the very end of it, Martina was pregnant and hadn't really told anybody. And so John was sort of like, we're going to take off the fall, but I've got this gig I want to turn you on to. And that was with Nancy Griffith. And so I went and I did monitors for Nancy Griffith. It was massive. It was Nancy Griffith and the Crickets, like the Crickets.
Wow.
Like Sonny Curtis and Joby Malden and the Crickets. And Glenn Harden, who played in the Hot Band with Emmylou, was the piano player. And we had 2 drummers, 2 bass players, 5 guitar players, 2 keyboard players, all on stage at once. And it was awesome. And so I went to work for Claire MD. It wasn't Claire yet. It was Claire MD then. And again, no studio work, but I did record with my Audio Media 3. I snuck in my 7600 into a gig, which is not small, and recorded Nancy and the Nashville Symphony and the Nashville Ballet, some shows.
Right.
And she really loved them. I burned a CD at the time. That was crazy.
Wow, that's when CDs were, what, $35, $40 each?
30 bucks, something like that. Yeah. I burned a CD for her. And right around that time, that tour was still going on. Martina got called out of maternity to do this Tim McGraw tour. I went and did that. And then right after that is when I ran into the Jars of Clay folks.
Well, now, but hold on, because you skipped over a little something about that Nancy Griffith recording, which I think is pretty great, is that you give her the CD, and then she gives it to Peter Asher and said, "This is what I want my record to be like."
Peter Collins.
Peter Collins. Oh, there is a typo in a...
Yeah, it's very true. I, for years, believed it was Peter Asher until I stupidly tell the story to Peter Asher in front of Jack White and Beck. and Jeff Emmerich at the village party for Jack White.
Oh, perfect.
And he's like, "Oh no, mate, that's not me. That's Peter Collins." I was like, "Oh, I've been telling this story wrong for years."
Oh, well, see, I'm glad you corrected me then. All right.
Yeah. So what happened was she called Peter Collins and said, "Peter, I've got this CD that my monitor engineer made, and this is what I wanted my record to sound like." And I was just like, and so a couple of years back, I did a Stray Cats record with Peter Collins, which is an interesting story too. And I told him that story, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I used to get calls from Nancy all the time about things that she wanted or didn't want on records that were already out."
Right.
So he goes, I'm sure she did, and I just ignored it.
Right.
And I was like, "Well, thank you for ignoring it and not blackballing me for, the rest of my career." But yeah, and I wish I would have, of course, I wish I would have kept that, because I will say it was a very good sounding. It was very good. Midas desk, and I made a mix of my own on one of the matrices.
Yeah. I got to say, man, those Midas monitor desks sound so good. It's crazy.
XL3.
Yeah.
I almost bought from Clare Brothers a 16-channel XL3 sidecar that had no master section. And I almost bought that, and it was like $3,000. And I was like, well, I don't know where I'm going to put it. And,
Well,
I wanted it.
We had a few external mic pre's, but we cut a Weezer record on one of those, basically. Just so fast, like API-ish, but kind of dirtier EQs in a really good way.
I think if you take them apart, they're basically like a Phil Dutteridge design. They're basically like a Soundcraft. They're, Transformer mic pre and TLO 72s,
Yeah, but faster than a Soundcraft. There's something just blinding fast about them. Really great. Anyway,
they were really great. Yeah.
All right. So Jars of Clay. But this is where we finally get you into the studio.
So I trip into the Jars of Clay gig by
tripping
walking
balls
next
or
door.
Just tripping?
Literally, no, not yet. I walked next door at a rehearsal, and Jars of Clay was rehearsing, and I met Steve, the guitar player, and him and I went on 25 minutes of playing 4 seconds of intros and the chorus of songs, because that's what him and I do. And then they asked me to come out on the road and do front of house for them, which I have to say was probably one of the greatest experiences of my life. Those of you who don't know that band think they're this, pale ass, boring, shitty Christian band. They're not. They're fucking a great band and great songs. Matter of fact, I'm working with Dan Hasseltine, the singer, this week. So some of just really great. And they did the coolest thing ever. They said, whatever you want to do, do it. Whatever you want to do at front of house, do it. Because I was the first person that they had ever had to come in and be like, why do we have a drum screen? I fucking hate those drum screens. Take that shit down. Why are the guitars off stage in a box? Who gives a shit? You're a rock band. Put them on stage. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And suddenly the band is like rocking, and they can't figure out why, like, crowds are going crazy, and because somebody had been trying to pop band them, and like, and their singer sings really quiet, but Dan sings quiet, but you you figure out how to do that.
You turn them
So
up.
I would take his mic and I would tell everybody, all right, everybody, this is going to get loud. And I would just, put the PA up and I would turn that thing up and howl the fuck out of it until I could find all the spots and then I would mark, this is no joke. I would take a piece of tape and I would put it across the fader travel. And that's as loud as I can make him ever. And that's what ended up happening. I'd do the whole show bumped up against that tape.
Right.
But then once the crowd was in, you could actually go farther. I'd pull the tape up. But that was it, like, okay, I got to mix around that. And it was great because we were doing big PA, like big Claire S4s and, playing big places,
Magic Mountain.
5 to 10,000 and Magic Mountain later. But yeah. And I loved those guys. I loved working with them. It was a fucking dream gig, it really was. I worked with them for a little over a year, 98 and 99. And then I got asked to come back to Martina as the monitor engineer. This was a mistake because as much as I love Martina and John, I couldn't, the sound check would be one thing. And then the show would be like 15 dB louder, at front of house. And it just wasn't my gig. And so I basically got myself fired from that. And I just basically begged Jars of Clay to take me back. And they did. And fired a friend of mine, which kind of sucked. But he went on to do Keith Urban. So he was all right.
He's all right.
You know what I mean? He was all right. But I went back and I did that, that sort of back into front of house world. And what happened was they had done their first record themselves. They had done the whole record themselves, which is hilarious. Charlie Lowell, the keyboard player, had got a B- on production of what was their first record. Their demos, they got them signed, which is pretty hilarious, or a C+, I can't remember. And then they did the record, and then they had Adrian Belew produce one song,
right.
2 songs. That one song was Flood, huge hit. But he only did those 2. And then when they went to do their second record, they did it with Steven Lipson.
Right.
And Greg Wells. Greg Wells wrote some of the songs. And they, they spent $750,000 on the London Philharmonic and symphonies and recording for, 50 days in London and, the sophomore record.
Yeah.
They made a record that to me to this day is really great, but wasn't what the first record was. In other words, it was different. There was electric guitars, no more acoustic guitars. There were drums, not a drum loop everywhere. Because that first record, especially in that Christian market, like it upturned everything. It changed everything. And then that second record came out. It shipped platinum. I think it's a double or triple platinum record, but it shipped platinum.
Wow.
And but it was a little bit of the sophomore slump because they came out. They're playing big places. Their opening act was Matchbox 20.
Wow.
And then Matchbox 20 went on to be Matchbox 20, So that's when I came in. I came in the middle of 98 to take over the second half of that first records tour. And we were playing 7 to 10 to 15,000 seat arenas, playing big venues, and that was definitely a big step up for me, which was cool. Yeah. And they gave me free reign to do whatever I wanted. And that was a big change. And when they'd finished that second record, they had decided that they wanted to have somebody else do the next record. And they settled on Dennis Herring. And Dennis, I think he's kind of a hard ass. I think that there were people that didn't like the process. Let's put it that way.
Right.
And so, but he made a good record called "If We Left the Zoo." It's a very good record. It was a platinum record for them. It was a very good record, and it was a really cool sounding record. I just think it was hard for them to make that record. And then they were getting ready to do their fourth record, and Dennis was booked to do the record, and he canceled to do a Counting Crows record, another Counting Crows record.
Right.
And so they came to me that we had been doing demos in like showers and shit with they got these little Akais. So I'd like take a couple mics in the shower and mic up the drums in like a shower in an arena, and we were doing demos for this next record. And they came to me and they're like, look, Dennis has put us off a little bit. He has to make this Counting Crows record. We want to do a Christmas record. And I was like, cool, let's do it. He goes, well, Steve had built the studio in the basement, and he had built the studio in the basement with my now partner, Mitch Dane.
Right.
Had built this little studio. They had a 001, and like a G3.
Yeah.
And they had some mic pre's, had a little Mackie board. We want to make this Christmas record. So like, okay. So we started recording, and I think we recorded one Christmas song. And then Steve had this riff thing, and they started doing this, and Charlie's playing. And pretty soon we're off in another world. And Dan, the singer at the time, was doing a soundtrack to a film. So he wasn't around for the first couple of weeks. Then when he came in, he was like, I've got some lyrics, and then suddenly we're like crafting songs. And after about 10 or 15 of those, they basically were like, maybe we should just do demos here for what we're going to do later. So we spent some money, spent about 40 grand. We bought an 88,000 and an 888 and a Mix Plus rig.
Yeah.
D24 Mix Plus rig, and some BAE 1073s and some couple 1272s and some Manly gear and a Vox box. And, we bought some outboard gear and we started recording. And then Dennis basically bailed. I jumped a little bit. Dennis bailed to do this Counting Crows record. So they were like, let's just do the record ourselves. We'll just do it here in Steve's basement, which was great for me because I was like getting up at 8:30 in the morning, driving over to be there at 9:30 because it was about 40 minutes to get across town to where they lived. And we'd start at 10 and we'd work till 6. And I'd drive home every night. So I took a 6-week leave of absence to do the record from Clare Brothers. And 11 months later, we ended that process. And that was this record called The 11th Hour, which was my first Grammy win.
Yeah.
And it taught me a lot of things. I had to make a record on Pro Tools, which never sounded good to me, never sounded right. I never thought any of it sounded the way I wanted. But I also never spent a lot of time listening to a lot of other things in that room. And I listen to those tracks now, I do have some of the multi-tracks, they're pretty thin. And it's because we had Mackie speakers, with this going on. And when I'd switched to the MS-10s, they sounded so terrible. I was like, oh, those are terrible, but I should have, I had been out of it for 8 or 9 years and had been away from it. But it's a really cool record. And the rough mixes of that record sounded really great. And they still sound great today. But the other thing I learned is they took it to Jack Joseph Puig.
Right.
Our buddy Jack. And I'm going to say this because I want to say this. I called him a douchebag in Tape Op because he acted like a douchebag to those guys. He treated them bad and he treated me bad. And he made me make sure that I never, ever, ever treat anybody that way ever again. Dismissive, his entire conversation to me was this. He looked up from his newspaper, raised his eyes hey, and never spoke to me again. And I was there in his studio for 2 days. And, this is probably whatever, but whatever was going on with him, it wasn't good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Whatever was happening with him in his life, it wasn't good. He was not being cool. That record, he changed so radically. And the band was like, oh, this is so cool. He did all these great records and all, that they sort of lost it, in my opinion. They lost the thing. And the record comes out, it sells 500,000 records, it wins Grammy, everybody's happy. 10 years later, you know, Charlie, who's still my friend, lives right across the street. He lives 5 blocks from me here. Like, writes me this email, and he's like, I found a CD of the last day of Rough Mixes. What were we thinking? This is so good. And I was like, you know, well, that's what I thought too at the time, because I kind of got in trouble with them. I told them, I said, this is totally wrong. This is bullshit. This sounds terrible. And the problem was it just sounded so fucking LA, just so overblown production wise. And that's not the record we made. We made this really cool, sort of intimate kind of rock record that we didn't know what we were doing. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I don't know. I mean, I don't have any real ill will, you know what I mean, or anything. You know, we've all made our money on that record, and it's all long past.
Well, and also
you know
can kind of see with the band, because...
And I know you're quite much better friends with him than I am.
No, I'm not even speaking to that, though. More about, like, with the band, because it's not like it was the second record. Like, they had just made the incredible, overblown, crazy production record. So it wasn't foreign to them to have a record turn out that way, even though that one didn't start that way. So you can kind of see them getting lost in it.
Oh, they totally got lost in it.
Yeah.
And that's okay. It's all right.
It's just hard for a band to have an identity after 2 records that are so wildly different, but both do well, even though the perception is the second one didn't. But fucking triple platinum, I mean, that's pretty good.
I think their first record is triple. The second one is platinum and 1.5. And then their third record was, like, I think close to a platinum record, the Tinariwen. Yeah, I think that's probably right. I have one of those platinum records around here somewhere, or at the studio, but I could look that up. But I know that they had a vision. Their vision was there, and I think they just they got blown over by the thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you know, it was weird, man. I gotta be honest with you, it was really weird. You know, at the time. I'm not going to say too much else about it. I just know that.
No, but it's also, it's really hard, even when you've had success, to objectively assess something like that. You go in with so many assumptions that it's going to be fantastic that you can see why they. Yeah.
Here's what I know. I am confident at the time he thought he was doing what the band needed. I'm confident at the time that he was doing the job that he believed he was getting paid for to really take this band to where it was. Yeah. I know all of that. I just don't think he knew them enough and knew what their thing was enough and knew, I know this sounds so mamby-pamby, but he knew their heart, he didn't know what we had crafted was a thing that just needed to be made a little bit better.
Yeah.
Not, you know, painting over the picture that was already there, you know? And so, you know, like, I know that there have been times, we all have been there, where we're mixing a record and the artist is like, yeah, no, that's not what I'm thinking. My friend Seasick Steve said it best once. He goes, I did this thing, and he goes, interesting, but wrong. You know what I mean? Like interesting but wrong is exactly what I would say that record is.
Right.
It's interesting, it's just wrong, you know, but it doesn't matter. People own it, people have it.
Yeah.
They bought a lot of it. The band toured on it. Everybody loved it. But it is the beginning of my touring end, because what happened was I spent that whole year driving from our house over in Antioch, Tennessee, which is, you know, Nashville's all these rings. The band was here, we were here. So I would drive like this. Well, John McBride's house is right here. And so he would call me, because we had cell phones at that point, and he would say, hey, dude, man, I got stuff I want to talk to you about. Come by the house. I would go by the house, and we would have an incredibly nice bottle of wine. And he'd talk about building a studio, which I am, you know. And so he wanted to build the studio on his tennis court. And then, no, man, I'm going to find a building. I'm going to find a place. And so we were working on that record, and at the beginning of August, like this record started in January, right? The beginning of September, we get kicked out of the house. Steve's now ex-wife had enough. Done. Enough. Kicks us out. We moved to a studio in Berry Hill, which is now belongs to Ron Fair, but it was called the Playground. And we moved there to do our final overdubs. Here's a little interesting piece of knowledge. We ended the record, the last recording of the record almost was done on September 10th, 2001. So Di got up to go to work the next morning and tells me, hey, plane hit the World Trade Center, you know, and I'm like, oh, well, you know, that happened once in World War II. And she's like, no, this is different. I got up, I came in, I sat down and watched the second plane hit on TV. And we both just like, and then, you know, that whole day was so weird. We were scheduled to go to the studio that day and get all of our gear. And we didn't. We just stayed home, you know. And then the next day we went to the studio and it was so weird because everything was still so quiet, you know, and like everything was so freaked out and just it was all so heavy. And that record is called The 11th Hour, but not because of that.
Right.
You know, had nothing to do with it. But the record label freaked out about it. They actually, like, we don't want to call it that. We don't like the cover art because it's a cityscape. We don't want that, you know.
Yeah, no, that was big deal. It was a big deal.
And then, and this is one of those things, here, I have a friend who used to say this all the time. He'd be like, well, I don't know for sure, but I believe. Or like Bill Maher has his, you know, I'm not sure, but I think. They had mixed the record. It had been mastered by Bob Ludwig. And I had a copy of it. The band, 4 guys in the band had a copy of it and the record label. And that was in September. We actually flew out. I flew out in like the end of September, maybe 1st of October. We recorded in LA at a studio called Front Page. Mm-hmm. Do you remember that place?
Yep.
We recorded a bunch of vocals and overdubs and things while Jack was mixing. And that's when I met him. I brought a hard drive, like, hey, here's another song to mix. But when, so that was done. When we got back, it went to mastering, and about the middle of December, it shows up on Napster. And it shows up on Napster. And we're like, what the fuck? And so they, of course, you know, people, oh, we're going to take it down. We're going to take it down. Then it shows up again, you know, and it's like, it keeps showing up right about that time. And again, I don't know anything, but their label starts talking about renegotiating their contract. And so there was a thought inside the world that basically the label leaked it to have a better position because they'd put the record off. Supposed to come out first of the year and it got pushed to March 5th. And so when the record came out, you know, it was a critical hit, but it didn't blow up like their other records. It was nominated for Grammy. And I have a good Grammy win story, if you want to know. It's a good one. I got a call in February of the next year, you know, a year later. And at this point, I'm working at Blackbird, that I had won a Grammy. And Dan calls me and he says, hey, man, I don't know what you're doing right now, but I want you to know that as of this moment, you're a Grammy award-winning engineer. And I said, wow, that's crazy. He goes, what are you doing? I go, I'm spraying dog shit off my porch. Because it was cold out and our dogs wouldn't go out in the yard. And so I'm out there with a hose on the first sort of semi-warm day, hosing off my porch. And that was my Grammy win story. Yeah, so I get this call. We went out, started the tour, and I got a call in March of that year. The 11th Hour tour was going, and it was John. He had bought this building and he wanted me to come to work for him because it wasn't getting done fast enough. And so it was going to be this $1 million facility, and that quickly went out the window. And then there's all kinds of, it just kept growing and growing and growing, and the control room's getting bigger, and, it just kept going crazy. And I was sort of we had an assistant, Jeremy Cottrell, who's still there. And then Lowell Reynolds, who was Jakir's assistant for a while, he worked there too. And I was working there, and, it just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
And were you trying to get off the road at that point?
I was. So what ended up happening was I wanted to get off the road because I'd just been off the road for a whole year on this Jars of Clay thing. And I wanted to get off. And so John called me when he said, I want you to help me build the studio. It was like, oh, it's like a dream come true. Great. I'll be able to be at home and all that. But what I ended up being 100-hour weeks, working Friday. At one point, Diana booked us a weekend away because I think I had worked like 9 or 10 weeks straight. And we went to Gatlinburg, and we sat in a hot tub in Gatlinburg and watched the snow, and it was beautiful. And I came home, got pneumonia, and was out for 2 weeks because I was just so run down.
Yeah.
So run down, It sort of turned into a bit of a nightmare of, we never had interns. We never did interns. There was just like kind of John, and then there was Jeremy and Lowell and I, and that was it, for a long time. And doing, 2 rooms, we were doing Martinez records. So we're working on Martinez records all the time. Other people were coming in, starting to get bigger bands, bigger names coming in. Then we started building the building back behind it. And it became George's room and Studio D, and just building and building. And, I'm the guy in charge of all the systems and training all the people and all that. And all the while wanting to make records too. And, not being really allowed to do it.
Right.
Which is a side note to all this, that I was being held out of doing records. And I don't exactly know why, but John and I we've sort of patched all that up now. So it's not even a deal to get into, but I think that it was, maybe I don't want you to do records. I don't want you to get bigger name records or whatever, some sort of, it might've been an ego thing in there. So, but what sort of ended up happening was that I did a Jars of Clay record called Good Monsters, and I basically just booked the studio on my vacation. I took vacation and booked the studio, and then I didn't do a lot of stuff there. But right around that time is when Mitch had an opening at the new Sputnik, which he had moved in with Jakir years later.
And did you meet him back in the studio that he built in the basement?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd met Mitch back before that. Well, he was a friend of the band, so I met him in '98 or whatever, and I met Jakir in 2002 because he remixed for a single one of the Jars of Clay songs for that Jack had done, which was great because his was way better. But it was one of those things where the record label wanted, some new guy to take a slant at it, even though Jack Joseph Puig was,
right.
hitmaker at that point, And so they re-recorded some piano, and they did some other stuff. And then Mitch worked with Jakir on Jar's next record at the old Sputnik while I was at Blackbird. That was all happening. We were divergent there for a while. But when sometime around 2006 or in there, 2005, 2006, there's a lot of things I want to get into, but we had a tech at Blackbird that thought he owned the world, and he was a dick. And he's the only person I've ever thought about murdering, to be honest with you. We just could not get along. And I had taken all my gear out of Blackbird and moved it down. Jakir had moved out and moved it in at Sputnik. And I just was like, if I'm going to start making records, I can't do it at Blackbird. I got to start doing it here. So fast forward here to 2007, late 6, I think. I give this tour to this guy named Jack White. Him and Patrick Keeler came over. Jack had moved here, and
And this is
I give a
Sputnik
tour
or
to.
Blackbird?
This is Blackbird.
Blackbird,
I
yeah.
give a tour, and Jack was basically looking for a place to do the next White Stripes record, and so he picks Blackbird. They get Joe Ciccarelli. It's great. Come over. And I was at the time building Studio C with George. We were building all that. We were finishing that up. And so one day, Meg doesn't like people to look at her. And she was recording down in Studio D, and there's a hallway that runs between the two machine rooms. And I was putting in this video server thing for George, this crazy video thing. And I was standing there sort of adminning the server, doing the least fun, audio thing ever, adminning a video server. And I heard the door open, and I just looked, and I caught her eye as she went into the control room. And then about 5 minutes later, Jack comes out and he's like, "What are you doing out here? What's going on? Why are you out here?" Asking me questions because, I guess I looked at the artist, And then I said, "Look, I'm just doing this. This is the only place where I can be to do this. It's right here. There's a monitor, but I'll go around the back." He's like, "Nah, man, don't worry about it. It's cool. Don't worry about it." But he goes, "Hey, do you have any Alamo, or do you have any airline? Do you have like an airline or an Alamo or something like that? Spring Reverb, something, or a Fender?" And I was like, "Well, I have an airline, or not an airline. I have an Alamo." He's like, "Oh yeah." He goes, "Cool." He goes, "Can I get it?" I go, "Yeah, let me go get it." And he goes, I go, "It's down at my studio. Let me go get it." He goes, "Why do you have a studio?" And I'm like, "Because you have this studio. That's why I have a studio, because you're in here." He's like, "Oh." He goes, "Where is it?" I go, "It's just right down the street. It's right next to, there was a studio called East Iris. That's now was House of Blues, and now it's Universal." But I go, "So it's down there next to, East Iris." He's like, "Oh, really?" He goes, "What do you got?" I go, "Oh, I got this and that." He's got a tape machine. I go, "No, but my partner does. He has a MCI. Or no, I think at the time he owned Atari." But he's like, "Cool." So I went and got that, and they used that actually on the song "Icky Thump" on the Univox, that crazy Univox organ thing.
Yeah.
So fast forward a couple months, and one day Jack White just walks in studio. He just saw a car there, and he just goes in. And so we end up talking a little bit. I don't think anything of it. A week goes by, and he calls me. Jack doesn't have a cell phone, by the way. He borrows people's cell phone, which is hilarious. Or he uses somebody else's phone. Usually at that time, it was Patrick Keeler. He would use Patrick's phone. And so he called me, and he was like, "Hey, I've got a date booked at Blackbird with Danger Mouse. Can you engineer the session?" I was like, "Yeah, sure, of course." So Brian and him show up, and it was for the Rome record,
Right.
which is really a beautiful piece of work. And we cut all the vocals on it. And I asked him, I kind of set everything up so that we could print all the effects. I brought a couple of my tape echoes and space echo, and we had a plate. And then Blackbird had this little chamber. And he's like, "Whatever you got going here, if you can just record that." So we printed all of that. We did it all to 8-track. And then I flew it back to Brian in WAV files, and he put it in ACID. He had it all in ACID. And he flew it all back in. And then I never heard about it again for 4 years till it came out. And then a couple of weeks later, he called me, and he's like, "Hey, I'm going to do the Spanish language version of Conquest. Can you engineer that?" And I was like, "Sure." So we still had the master tapes from Icky Thump at the studio. So I pulled the master tapes. There was a master and a slave. There was 16 track. And I load the master and the slave up. And I'm going to transfer it to Pro Tools and try to find tracks to do this vocal, because I'm hoping there's a track on the master. Well, the second I play it, the master and the safety are like out of sync by about 700 milliseconds. And it was because right at the very last minute, Joe cut this pickup off the beginning of Conquest, because it starts da-da-da, but on the original, it was like Bana. I think there was like a downbeat or something, and he cut it. So when he cut it, now the tracks would never lock back up. They were out of time. So whenever whatever was happening, I would have to have like put a bunch of offsets and all that.
Right.
So what I did was I just made a copy. I just made a copy of the master, but I kept it queued up for Jack so I could show him because it was cool sounding, like really cool. And with the whole band going, da 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 da, you know, like all, you know. And he's like, cool, remember that. So like, cool. So we, you know, basically I made a new master for it, a second generation. And we did that. So that whole mix, and we did the whole thing. He recorded all of it. He had a girl that, to be honest with you, I think might've been somebody who worked at his house, come and help him with the language to get all the words right. And then we recorded it. And then I mixed it, him and I mixed it, and we had a great time, and we listened to it in the car. He would put the CD in, and he'd turn it, he would turn his, you know, volume up like this, because it just spun. It was a Mercedes. It would just be like this, you know, all the way up 100%. And we'd blast it. And then he was like, great, man, I love it. It's awesome. We went on, and I didn't think anything about it. This is probably fall, you know. The Raconteurs were scheduled back in. They had already recorded most of the record. They're scheduled back in February. And Joe was also doing My Morning Jacket. He was doing some overdubs and final stuff in A before, I think Michael Breyer mixed that, or sending it off to mix. And it was the 23rd of December. I remember this really well because it's a really, really important little moment. I was walking from Studio D back over to my office, and I get this phone call, and it's Patrick Keeler, right? I go, hey, Pat. He goes, oh, no, it's not Pat. It's Jack White. I'm like, hey, Jack. And he's like, hey, man, are you busy in February? And I'm like, you know,
no,
I got a day job. I mean, I've got gigs at Sputnik. I'm mixing a lot of stuff on the side, but like, I got a day job, you know? I'm like, no. He's like, cool. I'm curious if you'd be interested in mixing the Raconteurs record. And I just remember thinking to myself, like, you got to be fucking kidding me. Would I be interested? Are you kidding? You know, I go, yeah, Jack, I'd love to do that. He's like, cool, man. I think we'll be ready about the 1st of February. I'm like, all right, I'll put that on my calendar. Great. And then he hung up, and I was like, well, shit. Holy fuck. You know, this is like a big deal. It was a big deal to me. It was a big fucking gig. And then I thought, oh shit, they're firing Joe. Because Joe's supposed to mix this, you know, like, so I wrote Joe this email, you know, and I was like, I don't know what's going on. He just called me, and he said, oh man, don't worry about it. You know, it's all cool. It's great. You'll do a great job. He was top notch, you know. Whether he really meant that or not, you know, I mean, I love Joe, but you know what I mean? We all would be like, motherfucker, you know? But to be honest with you, I think he was kind of sick of their shit, to be honest with you. So maybe that was the case, but he did come in and he did a couple weeks of finished final recording with him there in January, the end of January. And then right before I was supposed to start on like a Monday or a Tuesday. And he called and he says, hey, man, can you come over and finish the night for me? I've got a plane to catch. And I was like, sure. I come over, and he's like, cool, we got the Memphis Horns in there. Can you finish this? I'm like, yeah, Memphis Horns, sure. Wayne Jackson, the Memphis Horns, yeah, sure. So I finished that, and then the next morning they came back, and we did another song. I think we did Switch and Spur next, or one of them, or Hold Up maybe. And then I said, well, what do you want to start mixing on? He's like, well, it's Duke and Solars. Let's start. And then we ended up sort of mixing it in order. And I honestly thought through the whole thing, well, he's, you know, fucking with me. I mean, they're going to send this to somebody real, you know? And at the end of the night, we went out to the car, and he's like, man, this is really great. I'll see you tomorrow. See you at noon. Like, okay. And then we just kept working. And I mixed that whole record in 7 days. 2 songs a day.
So
And then and it was all analog, 32 track analog, all 100% analog.
right. And obviously, I mean, you'd been mixing stuff at your own place at this point, but I mean, this
Sure.
is the first, like,
This is a major deal. I made a lot of mistakes. It just so happened that it was recorded so well that you can't tell. You know what I mean?
well,
I mean, Joe,
yeah, but
I mean,
still.
I got to be honest with you. A monkey could mix that record and it would be great. I mean, I've mixed some records that needed a lot of work. That one did not need a lot of work, except for one thing I still don't understand. There was one reel that was coming apart. It was just coming apart, coming unglued, literally. And I was like, why didn't you guys transfer this? Even a second generation is better than this. When we were mixing, one of the songs on the record, I printed 7 different times just to get all the parts clean where we didn't stop and have to clean the heads and start over.
Wow.
I cut the master 7 times to get it all together because it was just coming unglued, literally coming unglued.
Right.
And I didn't understand that. I don't know why that didn't happen, but it didn't. So that was the only hard part, is trying to keep the tape together.
Right. I mean, and obviously Jack's got a really strong view sonically of what's supposed to go on. And I'm sure that was imparted into the recording. So even with Joe's recording, like whoever recorded it was going to make
Joe
it be what it was going to be.
Well, you know what's interesting? I did a lot of work with Jack. I can tell you, he's never really one who ever said to me, "Hey, the snare needs to be brighter," or this or that. Everything with him is the whole picture.
Right. I mean, it's the feel of the whole thing, though, has got to be.
Yeah, and I think that if I would have gone all Nashville with it, or I would have gotten hung up on it being clean, or hung up on, you know what I mean, like things like things I would do now. No, I mean, like you got really super pedantic and crazy with the mix,
like the Jars of Clay live thing,
Yeah, but this was more like that. Like, okay, cool, we're going to turn the drums up till they sound kick-ass, turn the bass up underneath it, turn the guitars up louder than they should be, and then turn them down a little bit and put the vocals in and make them sound cool, make the guitars sound cool, and make all the solos louder than everything else. It's a rock and roll record. It's done. We cut all that. That's all 32 track. The one thing I did do that I did a lot with Jack later was, and I say later, but like not during like the stuff we did at Third Man, because we didn't have Pro Tools then, but I transferred all of that 32 track, those locked, to Pro Tools. Then we disconnected the tape machine. We didn't disconnect it. I disconnected the inputs from the tape machine, plugged Pro Tools into the inputs of the tape machine, and put the tape machine on input so that I could work the automation with Pro Tools.
Right,
and
without running the tape.
Get all my rides without blasting the tape. Then I would just put it in repro, hit play, and it was immediately better. Every time. Every time it was immediately better. And sometimes like, wow. Like, I don't know what's happening. This is a 96K 24-bit transfer off this exact tape. What in the world? Why is this not, you know what I mean? Like, why is it not the same? It's not. It was better. Every time. Every time. A lot of people in the world will tell me I'm wrong and full of shit. But if you were there in that room right then, you would have been like, wow, that sounds better, for whatever reason. So, you know how it is.
And that record did all right.
It did all right. Yeah, it did all right. And, I mean, it was crazy because when the nominations came out, it was Jakir who texted me. He sent me this super cryptic Jakir text. It said, "Congrats for ing, I eat and G, nom." And I literally looked at my phone. I'm like, what does that mean? Like, I don't even know what that means. You know what I mean? But we were watching a movie or something. We weren't watching the, I wasn't watching the nominations, And so, yeah, it was kind of crazy. So well, I'll get there in a minute. But right after that, Joe had hooked Jack up with this guy who had this Neve console from South Africa. And Jack had bought this console and he was building a studio at his house. So right after that, he's like, hey man, like, can you come to the house and like take a look and tell me, like, see what you think? So I went over there and I was like, wow, this is really cool. And he had an 800 that had been Michael Beinhorn's, one of the 8-track machines.
Oh, right.
It was the Mark I 8-track. So hang with us a little bit here, nerdy folks on Puremix. 4 tracks, time code, 4 tracks. All right. And it was a Mark I machine. The time code track is between the record and the repro head. So that's its own weird little bit of thing. And it had an Atari timecode generator card that created the bias and all that shit, right? It was made for that rack unit was made to go in Atari 5050s to lock code for 4 tracks to lay back from TV, or whatever. Right. It was a 5th track on a 4-track head, or a 2-track, whatever. It's the extra track between the bands, And it didn't have wheels and it didn't have a remote, which means it's a 700-pound machine sitting on the floor. Now they did get wheels for it, but it never got a remote until quite a bit later in my tenure. So I went over and saw it, and that was cool. And then I was at my studio one evening, and he came in and he was like, "What are you doing tonight?" And I was like, well, I was working on this. He's like, can you record something for me? Can you record me doing something? I was like, sure. He goes, do you have a tape machine? I'm like, no. And he goes, well, it'll be okay. And so he goes, he had LJ with him, Jack Lawrence. And he's like, yeah, so I've got this piano thing and can I get a vocal? And so I'm like, yeah, like, is it a keeper? He goes, no, this is all just a demo, it's no big deal. So I had this cool Ampex mic, this 1393, and it looks like it's like an Art Deco penis. And I like hooked it up and plugged it into a little deluxe reverb I had and put a mic on that. And I mic'd the piano. And then LJ had a bass rig and he was plugged in a little bass amp and he was just in the room. And Jack started playing this part. And I was like, hey, so are you going to put drums? Like, do you need a time? Do you need a click or something? He's like, yeah, that'd be cool. I go, well, I got this old TR-77 drum machine. I'll just bring it in. I set it up on top of my piano and I go, this is the rock and this is the deal. And he's like, oh, hit play, straight rock beat, boom, ta, boom, ta, that thing. But I said, it's got a knob. I circuit bent it so that you take the hi-hat out. I go, so you can turn that and you get the low, He's like, cool. So he starts playing and the lyrics are all like, it's the James Bond thing. It's the James Bond thing. And I'm like, oh shit, So then he played drums on it. Then we played electric guitar on it. And then I can't remember, we did something. I moved over to Mitch's to my partner's spot for a little bit. I think maybe, I can't remember why. There was some reason. I think maybe there was something I booked in my room at night, but we got done like at 4 a.m. or whatever. And I drove home and I didn't even think anything about it, basically. And then a couple of weeks go by and he calls me and he's like, hey, we're going to book Blackbird because I'm doing the James Bond theme for the next James Bond movie. And I was like, oh, okay. And it was right when they were playing Bonnaroo. It was in June. And so I went and saw the Raconteurs of Bonnaroo on that Consolers tour. And then afterwards, I went back to Nashville. Di stayed at Bonnaroo. I went back to Nashville and we spent 4 or 5 days at Blackbird. the crazy part was the first day we recorded. So I had put my drum machine in, and that became the thing. We put it on tape, and then I had to go get the drum machine because he had some new parts he wanted. So we went and got it. But when we hooked it up, I had marked the speed, but of course it's not quite the same.
Right.
So like all the choruses are a little faster, which is kind of cool.
Which is not a bad thing.
It's totally good. And so we recorded these choruses, and then I tape edited the whole thing together. And then he was like, and he played drums on it. I just did this like 2 mic drum thing. This because I kind of thought he was going to have somebody play drums, but he just played drums. And then he's like, I can't be here tomorrow. I'm going to be gone. So, like however you guys do it, just edit these drums and make them sound like they're in time. So I spent a whole day kind of cutting and editing. And then where we couldn't cut and edit, it was fly over, edit, fly back, And what he was doing is he had flown to New York to do a session with Keith Richards, which comes up later, which is cool. But he came back and he's like, okay, cool. I want to do this solo part. I just got to put a placeholder. So he played the solo that's on the record. And then he was like, we're going to do tic-tac bass. So he did his tic-tac bass part. He's like, and then I've got Meg's drums in the Mercedes. I want to set them up and I want to do the drums again. But that's not what he wanted. He really just wanted to play drums over the choruses. So he doubled the drums in the chorus. And he's like, oh, and Alicia Keys is coming tonight. I'm like, oh, okay. He's like, yeah, she's flying in because she has a personal or private appearance to do in New York at 11. And so she's flying down. They drove over her and Swiss Beats, right? They drove over. It's great. She goes out in the room where we're set up, and I basically kind of set up the same thing. I set up like a vocal mic and then an amp, and she's like, oh, that's cool. That's a cool idea. And her husband, Swiss Beats, he's in the room, and she's like, okay, so just give me some playlists, man. I'm just going to rock it. And Jack's like, well, we're on tape. She's like, oh, awesome. That's great. And then he's like, are you guys using reels? You all look crazy. You're crazy. What are you using reels for? But so we did a few takes. I had a couple tracks, old school, put it on 2 or 3 tracks and then comp between them. And then she left, and she was awesome. She was sweet, and left. And then we recorded strings. We had 3 violins, one 5-string violin playing the viola part, and 2 cellos. And then we went home. We came in the next morning. We recorded Wayne Jackson and the Memphis Horns. The day before, I should say, Laura Matula, she was Jack's assistant at the time, played the piano on the track. And there's a great spot at the very end of it, right before the last beat. You hear her go, ah! And that's just her hitting the wrong chord. We just left it in. And then Wayne came in, and then we hired this kid from Belmont, which is a music college here, who came in and played upright bass, and we very sped the tape machine up to get him to be able to play lower. And literally his eyes were just like, you can do that? Like, yeah, we want you to play where you can't play. So we're going to speed it up. And so there at the end, all the double bass, all that's like slowed down. And then we started mixing it. I had set up the Studio D in 5.1. We mix it in stereo. And then about midnight, I started mixing it in 5.1. I got home at 6 a.m. I got a call at the house here from their management at 11 that they needed a copy of the mix immediately. So I drove to town. And I guess the story is I sent them a digi delivery. Do you remember digi delivery back in those days?
Yeah.
I sent a digi delivery to the music director. He burned a CD, played it for Barbara Baccoli in her office. Then he took the CD over to the set in Italy where they were filming the opening sequence with all the naked girls doing the naked girls thing. And that's how tight the schedule was for it.
Wow.
It was that close.
And you didn't realize until like halfway through that any of it was Keeper.
Well, I mean, I knew we were doing it. I knew, but basically what had happened was that they booked Amy Winehouse to do the song with Mick Ronson, and she was out to lunch, and so he bailed. And then they asked Beyonce, and I think like she wanted millions and millions of dollars, and they were like, no. And then I think they wanted Annie Lennox, but she was like in South Africa. She couldn't do it. And so they had asked Jack initially, and he had said no. And then they came back to him and basically, I don't know, probably made him an offer he couldn't refuse. But the interesting part is there was never a duet ever planned. That was Alicia. She's like, why don't I just rock the chorus? And Jack's like, no, let's not do that. Let's sing it together. She said, well, I love your verses. Let's just swap lines. He's like, okay. And so, you know what I mean? Like that's how it happened.
Man.
And then it just happened. I luckily kept it up on the board, and I printed stereo and 5/1 stems that day. And then later we tweaked it and, sent them stems. And then they, of course, cut it to shreds before they put it in the film.
Right.
So, which is what they do. Let's drink. I'm drinking.
Drink.
No beer yet?
It's just water,
yet,
man.
Andrew?
It's just water.
Dude,
I'll get to it. Don't worry.
Come on.
Worry.
All right, good. I hope you guys aren't bored, are you?
Fuck no. They're not bored.
Yeah.
Nobody's bored.
Good.
Nobody's bored. So,
So not long after that, I get this call that we're going to record Keith Richards. So we go over and we record Keith, and he's super nice, sweet.
And this
guy.
is Jack's place at his house.
This is his house. Jack had a 16-channel Neve console, beautiful. He had no monitor section, right?
Right.
And he has an 8-track tape machine with no remote and no wheels yet, right?
Right.
He has no microphones. He has no headphone. I mean, the headphone system was there. So his assistant and I went and spent like $4,000 on mic stands and cables, and shit like that we could just buy at Guitar Center for the session. And then I brought a bunch of stuff over, but we only have 8 channels on the board. So I used 8 microphones for the whole recording, and then we listened on the other 8 channels of the thing. And we were recording at 7.5. This is what's funny. We recorded 2-inch 8-track at 7.5 because he just wanted to jam, and we didn't want to stop the band.
Right.
But then when we played it back, it was like, man, this sounds really cool. Like, this is really cool sound. And that's why 7.5 became a thing.
And that must have been noisy as shit too.
It's not. No.
Really?
No. Every track is 1/4 inch wide.
Yeah.
And it's 250, 0/250.
Right.
7.5 NAB. It's not noisy at all.
Wow.
At all. Because there's so much flux.
Right.
Now, if you want it, and we're using not GP9, we're using 900. So, I mean, if you wanted, you could go 5 over.
Oh, easy. Yeah.
The problem is at 7.5, what happens is the thing that's cool is that like S's and cymbals just push right into the tape. It's that beautiful thing, like doing 9 over, right? Where you play it back and you're like, wow, I don't need to DS anything.
Right.
The cymbals sound like cymbals. They don't sound super edgy and sharp because, all that high frequency harmonic shit is just pushed down into the flux of the tape. And so it's really brilliant. I have an 827. Well, Mitch and we share it. It's really Mitch's, but it's in my room. So that's how we share it.
So you stole it, basically.
I stole it. Yeah, that's exactly right. But I've been renting Blackbird's 8-track head for it. And I've been using it at 15. And it is fucking awesome at 15. All those, the Inspector Clouseau record, all those records, that's all 15, 8-track. And I just do 2 drum tracks, 2 drum tracks, a couple guitar tracks, and we do vocals. And then I dump it into Pro Tools and we do whatever we need to do beyond that.
Right.
I just did there's a band called Reverend Peyton and his Big Damn Band. Mm-hmm. And I just did their record this year. Actually, we did the whole thing live in like 5 days. Recorded and mixed the whole thing in 6 days.
Wow.
Live to 8-track.
Nice.
You know, and it sounds great. It's awesome. And it's not noisy, but I did do it at 15, not 7.5.
Right.
Because the reason I don't have a 7.5 CCIR or a 7.5 NAB tape, I have a 15 CCIR. So that's what I used.
Right. All right. So Keith Richards. So we're back to Keith.
My stupid Keith thing is he had a bunch of cool songs, but he was really trying, like, Jack was playing bass. Right. He was trying to, like, have Jack pitching songs, sort of, you know. And the coolest thing that came out of that no one will ever hear, including me, is this 30-minute long blues jam on the porch while it was raining. That's I recorded Jack and Keith playing and singing blues back and forth with one U67. I just drug it out onto the porch under the eaves. They were both under the eaves. And it wasn't raining yet, but it did rain a little bit. They have a little porch there. And they were just kind of, and then the rain kind of went away. And then we went over and got steaks. They cooked steaks over on Jack's porch. And then we just kind of sat, and the session kind of ended at that point. And he had brought his acoustic, which was in open tuning, right? And he had just set it up against this. It's like a chair, but probably at one point was a pillar for like a pergola or something. But they kind of made it a chair. It's like brick, you know. And I was just sitting there talking to Patrick, and I bumped it with my arm. I was like, oh, and I just kind of picked it up and kind of strummed it, and it's an open. And at this moment in time, Keith is right behind me, and I literally played that little riff from Honky Tonk Woman. And then I looked at Patrick and I just went, like, I cannot believe, you know, it's open tuning. You know, I just went, nope, okay. And I'm a terrible guitar player. And I just thought, I think I just played Honky Tonk Woman while touching Keith Richards. So yeah. And then it was funny because, you know, of course, nobody told anybody about it, but, and it was all super secret. I had to sign NDAs and all that. And then the driver called the Tennessean and told the Tennessean.
Of course.
Like the limo driver.
Yeah, of course. Because why wouldn't you?
So,
all right.
Yeah,
so look, so right around this time, you're also doing, there's another White Stripes record, but there's a live Kings of Leon thing.
Yeah. So the White Stripes record was the movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Under the Great Northern Lights. Right.
Yeah. I was at Third Man. I'm probably I don't know, maybe the 7th person, but I was at Third Man the morning that the White Stripes broke up. I was at Jack's studio. He came from the house where he had just gotten off the phone doing the deal. He came and sat down in the studio and told me. I mean, I've never seen someone so destroyed in my life. I mean, it destroyed him. And it's crazy. But yeah, we made a movie. White Stripes made a movie. This was great. So it's a live thing. And it was, you know, it was complicated because it was done live, and then Jack wanted to put it on tape. So it was a live recording off the board, like through radars, and then we transferred it on tape. I mixed it off 16 track and then back, and then we mixed it to a 2-inch 8-track 5.1. Like, it was a complicated little beast, that one. And of course, this is all stuff, but you know, the movie cut, I had to mix all the parts that weren't in the movie.
Right.
You know, so like, okay, they used 12 seconds or 40 seconds of Fell in Love with a Girl from Nova Scotia. Okay, cool. Well, I got to mix the whole song. So we had to cut the movie into all these pieces, then offset the time code in Pro Tools to get it so that the original time code from the movie were in the same spots.
Yeah.
You know, nerd shit.
Fun.
But then, so here I got asked to mix this Kings of Leon live record by Jakir. Now, the interesting thing that happened is that while I'm scheduled to do that, I get a call from Jack, and they want to record this goth single. that him and Allison from the Kills, because the Kills were on tour with the Raconteurs, and they wanted to do this goth single, and could I do it? And I was like, no, I'm doing this King of Leon. So it ended up, they went to the studio, same studio that doesn't have a monitor section anymore, and they recorded this little record with Philip Harvey, who was their live sound guy, who lives in Amsterdam now. His name is Philip J. Harvey, and he works for PJ Harvey.
That's not confusing at all.
Yeah, not confusing at all. But he's a great guy. But he recorded that, and that was that Our Friends Electric, The Dead Weather single. Yeah. So while he recorded that while I was doing that. Oh no, that's not true. It's not wrong. I was at AES. It was the second record that I couldn't do because I was doing that. But yeah, sorry. So the first record came about. We did Karen Elson's record. It's called The Ghost That Walks. A bunch of that was Jack. Jack recorded a whole bunch of that, and then I sort of came in on the backside of that, and like, oh, what did I just walk into? And sort of recorded the rest of it. And then we mixed that at Blackbird because it was too complicated. We had literally filled every single hole of every single hole. We had no automation on the desk. And then PJ Harvey, Philip Harvey came in and did that recording with Our Friends Electric. Then Jack wanted to do the B-side. The B-side became Hang You From the Heavens, which became the A-side. And then we were like, let's just keep it rolling. And we, 14 days later, finished that record. And it's 8 tracks, no automation, no Pro Tools, no anything. We mixed that record with little scripts between us. So it was like, okay, so, channel 14 on the desk, is going to be, let's see, what was that, 16, 8, 7. So that's track 6. So 14 on the desk is going to be in the verses and out on the chorus. And I'm going to turn 6 on in all the choruses and 6 off, and then 14 back on. And, you have all these scripts, and then you're going to pan, and I'm going to turn this down here, and you're going to pan this. Then we're going to take those 2 tracks out and turn these 2 tracks on. And yeah, so that was that first Dead Weather record. And there was no remote. So I just had to roll the A800 over next to me, next to the console. I just had to sit there and use the A800 buttons.
So it had wheels at this point.
It had wheels at that point. Thank goodness. Yeah, it got these huge wheels, which is cool. And so there's a lot of shit happening in all this period of time, because in there I'm still at Blackbird. Right. Still working at Blackbird full time. And I'm still working at Sputnik. My days where I would get up in the morning, I'd go to Blackbird by 9. I'd be there till about 11:30. I'd go to Jack's at 12. He has kids, so he just kind of wanted to work like 11 to 6 or so, 7. And then he'd go in, and then I'd go to Sputnik and work at Sputnik till midnight and come home. Man. It's hard. Yeah. Yeah. And then we started doing the Blue Series, and we started doing, there's all kinds of people. I recorded people that nobody knows. I recorded Radiohead over there at Jack's. Never used it ever, there's a bunch of stuff that never came out.
But it must have started turning into, in a totally different way, because it was Jack and not just a room. But it's like every single person who ever played Memphis booked Sun and went in there for a night. Yeah. Yeah. It got pretty cool. We did Tom Jones. Tom Jones came in and was like, what song are we doing? And Jack's like, we're doing a Lightning Hopkins tune, Evil. And he goes, Evil, what's going on? He goes, yeah, let's do it. And he just walks out there. I hit play, and he does the whole track. And we had done something really dumb because we thought we'd try it. I had done a Flying Faders fade out to multi-track when we cut the track. And so we told him that, and he's like, all right. So as it's starting to come down, he just steps back. He just keeps stepping back, and then starts getting louder, and then he just steps right up and goes on with the song. He just sang it like once or twice. Fucking hell.
And then we were like, okay, we're gonna do Jezebel. And he's like, oh, Jezebel, I love that song. It's a Gene Vincent. And so we had like a harp player and all this, and he no headphones or nothing. He just sang it in the middle of the room with the band, Jack, and everybody playing around. It was crazy. It was awesome. One second here.
Oh,
Yep.
shit going on.
No, just having to tell people stuff. So, yeah, I mean, there's so many bands that came through. I mean, we did so much stuff. And all the while, I'm still working at Blackbird,
Right.
which comes to a head. Finally, John's like, yeah, Wanda Jackson. I mean, I forgot about Wanda Jackson. We did a Wanda Jackson record in there.
Yeah.
And finally, it kind of comes to a head. And basically, I was still doing my job going in every morning, making sure everything worked, but I wasn't really there. And so him and I came to agreement, and I basically sort of slid out of the picture under the deal that he could call me at any time to answer questions and fix things, which I did.
Right.
Now, and then,
I was just going to say, before we started, you said right when we get to 2009, which is that live Kings of Leon thing, that you had a little Bill Schnee story.
Oh, yeah. This is a good one. So I'd never met him. I mean, fucking legendary Bill Schnee.
Absolutely.
I mean, fuck. And the year that Raconteurs record was up for Best Engineered, Al Schmidt and Bill had done a Shelby Lynn record. And then, but Al had done another record. So Al was double thing.
Which,
which means, but it also means sometimes those cancel.
Yep, split the vote.
And that's why we won, split. So I meet Bill at Blackbird, and I'm like, oh, Bill, I go, wow, I'm so honored to meet you. And he goes, yeah, we were up for the same Grammy last year. And I go, oh yeah, you did the Shelby Lynn record. He goes, yeah, you won, I didn't. And then just gives me this, like, he's tall, he's a big guy. He's like, yeah, you won, I didn't. And I'm like, well, I'm sorry. And he goes, okay. And that was it.
That was it.
And now I kind of get his thing. You know what I mean?
Well,
1 second here.
All right, you tell the kids something, but I want to talk about, because you mentioned Wanda Jackson. Obviously, that record got a lot of play, but that's also the same time you started working with Seasick Steve. So we got to talk about Steve for a bit.
I love Seasick Steve. I mean, he's one of those guys I call all the time, and he calls me all the time. And it's weird. I'll be thinking about him, and they'll call me. So right after the Raconteurs record, Steve had blown up. This is kind of an interesting side note. Steve had blown up in England, and he wanted to come to America, and he wanted to work at a studio that had like some gear that he loved. And he was on Warner, and Raconteurs were on Warner. And so they said, well, we just did this Raconteurs record, in Nashville with Vance Powell. And so he basically called me, and he's like, Steve, if you've ever met him, he's a, he talks like this, and he's real, everything is very well thought out and calculated in a very homey way. He's very, he's very real. He's a real guy. And a lot of people don't think he's real, but he is actually that guy. And so we talked, and everything was cool. And so I was booked to mix this record that was called Doghouse Music. And the night before he gets in, we talk, and I invited him out to this Mexican restaurant that we were all going, our family, Diane, Tia, and I, and some other people were going to. He's like, no, I just got in. I need to get my sleep, and I'm going to stay in. So we go to leave the restaurant, and between the time we get there and the time we leave, it starts raining. Now, it's summertime, if I remember right, and we had been at the pool all day. So I had been like up and about, and probably still had on swim trunks, to be honest with you, and a shirt. I'm pretty casual in the summer. And I had those stupid Crocs. We went Crocs because that's what you wear in the pool, right? And
it's what you wear in the pool.
Exactly. I've gotten over that. But as I was walking out, I slipped, and I fell on my ass And I mean, man, I hit the concrete like hard on my ass. I got up. I was like, oh, my ass. Fuck, that hurt, you know? I get in the car. It's about 40 minutes from that restaurant to my house. By the time I get to my house, I know something is wrong, like really, really, really wrong. And I tell Di, like, I think something didn't go right with me. I got to. So I go downstairs and I lay down and I'm in bed maybe 20 minutes. And man, I mean, everything starts coming up, you know. When I say coming up roses, man, I mean like shit was growing out of all ends, you know, like it's bad news, man. Bad news happening. And my back hurts like I can't even begin to describe. And so I come upstairs and I tell Di, I think I need to go to the emergency room. And I don't like hospitals, I don't like doctors. I don't take medicine. I don't like any of that shit. So she's like, oh God. We get in my car. She's driving. By the time I get to the hospital, I can't hardly see. Like, wow. I'm literally like I'm getting tunnel vision. I go up to the desk. She goes and parks. And the girl's talking to me. She's like, hold on, you're about to pass out. They come and they get a wheelchair. And then she's like, I think you got a kidney stone. And so they take me back. And sure enough, and I had fallen and joggled this kidney stone loose. And it is massive. It's huge. It's my whole life of shit going through my kidneys. And so they have to do surgery. So I have to call Steve. I have to pass the gig on. And so they passed it to a guy here in town named Chris Rowe, who's a super nice dude. I think at the time, maybe a little too Nashville for Steve, you know, but super nice dude. So I'm out for like 4 days. When I come back, I'm still like, I'm pretty messed up still. So
well, you've had surgery.
Yeah. Well, I had lithotripsy, which isn't exactly surgery, but not to go into too many details, but they had to move the stone out of the way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not good. So, so I was pretty sore still. You know what I'm saying? I gotta get this out of the way. So I end up God damn it. I end up hanging out for like the rest of the week while Steve's there with him, just hanging out and talking. And then we go over to Sputnik, to my place, and like kind of go to dinner. We end up just kind of becoming friends. So a year later, he makes another record. And when he comes back, he brings Roy, our good friend Roy.
Yeah.
He brings Roy. And so we did a record called what is that called? Shit, I can't believe it. But I ended up doing that record with him, and we had so much fun doing it that the next time he called, he's like, hey, I'm doing a record at Air in London. You want to come over? And that was Can't Teach an Old Dog New Tricks. And then at that point, it's like, I just ended up doing them. I've just done almost all of them since. I ended up doing a record in his studio in Cornwall, which is unbelievably beautiful. And I had just recorded Radiohead at Jack's, and Tom is Steve's neighbor in Cornwall. And so I literally told Tom, like, hey, I'm going to be right up the street from you doing a record with Steve. And he's like, well, come by the house, man. We'll get a drink. There's a pub. We'll get a drink. But by the time I got there, he was, that first record I did with Steve and Steve and Roy was called A Man from Another Time. And by the time I got there with Tom, he had already gone back to Oxford for the New Year, Christmas, or not Christmas, but school year. But so I kind of missed that. But I've just been kind of working with Steve for a while now. And, I love that. I just love him, man. Steve and I both kind of look similar.
A little bit.
So
a little bit.
While we were doing Man from Another Time, I invited him down. We cooked dinner. Diana cooked dinner for him, and Roy came down. Roy didn't swim. And so Steve and I were in the pool, and Di came out to tell us the dinner was ready. And she said it was like, I could just see two bald heads with beards bobbing in the water, like we were both just kind of floating there in the water together. And she was like, like double take, when we were in Air working, we walked to get dinner, and people, of course, come up to him in England. He's a big deal. You come up to him and talk to him, and then they're looking at me like,
I didn't know
is
you
this
had a
Steve's
brother.
son? You know, yeah. Is this your brother or your son, or you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
are you security? You know, like couldn't really figure out. You know, but I love him. He just put out a new record. It's called Blues in Mono. He recorded at his studio with his U-47 straight to his Ampex to like a 602, like a reel-to-reel 602 in mono, and then they just mastered it and put it out. It's beautiful. It's just all these, all these blues songs and like, Fred McDowell tunes, and it's just really great. I listened to it yesterday. Kind of crazy, blues in mono. So
why not?
But I did his last record. We actually mixed it in LA at East West, and it was great on the Trident.
Right.
It was great. It's fun. Always great. And I did a record in Key West with him. We did a record in Key West. We worked. That was awesome. We worked 10 to 5, and we took an hour lunch.
Perfect.
Yeah, for 5 days, and then we were done. We recorded 10 songs, and then it was the first time he'd ever recorded on Pro Tools. So I took the tracks back to my studio, transferred them to 24 track with code, sent it to Steve. He overdubbed on it, and then recorded new songs, sent it back, and I locked them back up, and then we striped his reels and then mixed it all at my place.
Right.
It's great. So much fun.
Amazing.
Such a fun guy.
And just for people
and he
who
has
don't
a
know,
great ear.
Sorry,
he has a great ear.
Go ahead. Yeah, I was just going to say, because we mentioned him a couple of times, the Roy we're talking about is Roy Williams, who's Robert Plant's front of house guy for years and years, also childhood friend.
Childhood friend, yep.
Super, super nice guy, and a huge part of the music community right where I live now in England. And unfortunately, he died earlier this year. So anyway, just a little shout out. So I'm not drinking alcohol, but to Roy.
Cheers to Roy. I'll drink to Roy. He's a good man.
Yeah, very good dude.
He was so crotchety.
Oh yeah.
He was like the crotchetiest English fuck ever. But he was great. But man, he would do that. He would do that deal where he'd be like, kind of like if you talked about something that some band he didn't like or whatever, complete bullshit.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was great. He was a great engineer too.
Yeah. I mean,
and as a second career,
Yeah, a lot of the people he mixed front of house for, it's just something. It's just a musical thing, He
did all that stuff with
Patty Griffin.
Patty Griffin, but he also did all the ACUS stuff, which is what we call it around here. Alison Krauss.
Right. Yeah. All the
those in the know in Nashville, Alison Krauss is ACUS.
ACUS.
So, yeah, it's a nickname.
Does she know that?
No, I think it's like literally like it kinda, but it's not bad. It's just Alison Krauss.
Yeah, but should we tell her?
No, maybe not.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe.
That's cool. Nobody watches this thing.
Yeah, nobody watches this thing.
It's fine.
Yeah.
All right. Well, look.
Talk about a great talent, man. Whew.
Yeah. So look. So after this first Seasick Steve record, the next year you got Blunderbuss, fucking huge, big deal.
That was crazy because Blunderbuss started. So Blunderbuss actually started with crazy shit. Blunderbuss started because we booked a session with what's his name from Wu-Tang. God, see, this is what happens. I get old, man. I forget all this shit.
You need more tequila.
We were supposed. Yeah.
Ghostface Killer, or someone else?
No, one of the other guys. RZA. Yeah, sorry. We were supposed to do a session with RZA. Now Jack had hired Daru Jones from Black Milk. He was playing with Black Milk, who's awesome, by the way, Detroit rapper, fucking awesome. And we'd booked this RZA show, and the morning before the session, My hometown was wiped out by a tornado. Literally, like Joplin, Missouri, 162 people killed. My brother lost everything. I mean, the day before. And so my wife and some friends of ours, we got all the stuff loaded up. And then suddenly I had to do the session. I get there, they had driven on, I guess it was a couple days before, they had driven on there, and then RZA just doesn't show up. He just doesn't show up. And so we ended up recording 4 songs. Those 4 songs became the sort of the bedrock songs of Blunderbuss.
Right.
And then we just started. Jack had never thought about recording a solo record. You know what I mean? Until then. And then suddenly it was like, okay, I guess I'm recording this record. And it just went from there. And that record, that record, except for 4 songs, that's all 8-track.
Right.
Crazy.
And quick too, right?
No, I don't think.
No.
It stretched out. Now the deal is with Jack, like we would record a whole song in a few hours.
Yeah.
But then like it would take a little while.
Oh yeah, I mean
come
like
back around,
aggregate time, not much,
yes.
but could be months.
No. Because we'd have a band. I mean, during the Wanda Jackson sessions, we had like 12 people in there. We had a drummer, we had a bass player upright, we had an electric bass, tic-tac, acoustic guitar, steel guitar, keys, Jack, and 3 horns.
Right.
All at once to 8-track. And if you're doing that, you got to leave 1 track open.
Yeah.
For Wanda. So we put Jack's vocal on there, but then I was like, shit, I got to have a guide. Some of these. So that took a little bit of finagling around. So, yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
So, we started doing, we did Blunderbuss. We were doing the blues series. I was doing live records at Third Man.
Right.
Like live to tape. We were doing live to 8-track. And then it took a little while, a little later than that, we started doing the live to lathe records.
Right.
So we did Shins and Shins, Kills, Seasick Steve. We've done Franz Ferdinand, Pearl Jam, a whole bunch of those records. And those are scary, man, as an engineer. It's live to the lathe.
Yeah.
We did live to lathe. We did the Melvins, and it was the loudest thing I've ever heard in my life because the console for the live to lathe is right behind the stage, but it's through 2 concrete block walls and an air gap, right? Filled with concrete, block walls filled with concrete and an air gap. And I could just feel the wall shaking next to me. And the very first song, it's like at about, I think it's like 68 or 72 BPM. It's 21 minutes long, one song. And 3 minutes in, the lathe snagged a chip and it got hung up and we had to stop. So luckily we had a 1-inch rolling the whole time and that's our backup. And so after the end of that reel, we took that reel off, put a new platter on, did the second side, which has like 10 songs. They're all 2 minutes long.
Right.
And it was the full Melvins too. So it was 2 drummers. 2 drummers sharing a floor tom and a ride cymbal.
And were there people in to watch that gig, or was that just the band?
Oh yeah, there was. Yeah. There was a couple hundred people.
They must have been liquefied.
Oh yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. Yeah,
I remember.
Yeah,
talking
all
to
those
you.
shows are in front of an audience.
Yeah, I thought so.
Not only. The room is crazy. It's a video production room. So the walls all curve. So sonically, sound check is a fucking disaster. You know what I mean? And then you do the show and it's great because you put people in it.
Right.
It's great.
And
sound check.
I remember talking to you. I don't remember which show it was, but you were getting ready to do one and there was a rehearsal the night before and you actually blew up a cutting head.
That was for the world's fastest record.
Oh, right. Right.
Yep. Yeah, we destroyed the stereo cutter head the night before. 2 things happened there. One, a misaligned tape machine. And I'll point no fingers at who did that, but it wasn't me. I'm not going to point any fingers. A misaligned tape machine and the fact that the band, I'll throw the band under the bus a little bit, and that is that they literally ran through the song twice for me to get the sound of the whole thing, and then came back to listen. And when we listened, the head was blown out. So at that time, I was printing to the 1-inch, off repro of 1-inch to the head, and bias had been set wrong, and 10K was at +12.
Oh boy. Man. Now, for people who don't know about the world's fastest record, it's documented really well in American Epic, the documentary that they did. And it just turnaround from performance to production.
3 hours. I think it was right at 3 hours.
Yeah.
We recorded it. They drove it to United. They cut the lacquer, or we cut the lacquer. So yeah, we didn't tell anybody we blew up the head. We just put the mono head on, and then here's the crazy part. I had to guess what it was going to be like in mono, because there's no multi-track. They didn't run it again.
Right.
We just, that day I panned it all in mono and just,
here you go.
Best. you know?
Let me just ask a little technical question about this, because I can't remember. I should know because I've seen the movie. But there isn't time to plate that. So what do? How are they pressing records?
Oh, I think they had to plate it.
So you can electroplate that quick?
Yeah. Yeah, for a 7-inch.
All right. I didn't know how long those had to sit in the tank. It always seems like it's an all-day deal.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously plated it. They plated it enough to make a stamper. Yeah. So, because
you didn't cut a metal master. You were cutting lacquers.
No. It's lacquer. Yeah, that's a 50s King Record Scully lathe.
Right.
It's cut on.
Nice.
Yeah.
So
from King.
We got to cover one other thing, going back to Blunderbuss times, because that's also the year you did the Rival Sons record. Yeah.
Head Down.
So is this the beginning of working with Dave Cobb, or have you been doing stuff with him before?
No. So Dave had done Dave was going to do a record by this band called the Secret Sisters. That he called me while I was working with Jack about he wanted me to do it, and I couldn't do it. I think Nico Bolas did it, to be honest with you. And then he started calling me to do, to be honest with you, kind of little things. Like, Dave was doing like some custom records and things like that, like we all have done, and still do from time to time. And so he was having me mix some stuff. And then, but he wanted me to do this Rival Sons record. And, this is sort of one of those things like, I didn't actually record the record, to be honest with you. I recorded the first song, and then I went back to my place and he recorded it with whatever settings that I basically had, so I recorded the very first song on that record, which I think is Keep On Swinging, Keep Swinging. I did that one, and then I mixed it. And so, and that was a challenging project.
Well, they famously are just writing in the studio. It's not like,
I mean, they definitely were writing during all that too. But I mean, they had that one song. I recorded that whole song, and and Jay's so good, man. They're all great. They're all so great. It was a struggle. It was a little bit of a struggle to mix. I think you've mixed one of their records, right? The struggle to mix, because the first mixes came back. The guitars were way too loud. Jay, and then Scott was like, the guitars are nowhere near loud enough at the same time. And I'm like, you guys are in the same bus together, right? You guys are listening to the same thing, So yeah, it ended up being we had to jump through some hoops to get that record done. But yeah, right. That happened. And also in there, not long after that, I recorded this record. So here's a perfect time. Here's a great story. I recorded a record by this guy who worked at the Turnip Truck, which is a grocery store here in town, and by the name of Sturgill Simpson.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that one.
And I did High Top Mountain. And on the fourth day of High Top Mountain, I got a call from Jack, and he said, "Hey, what are you doing tomorrow?" And I was like, well, I'm working. What do you mean?" He goes, you're not going to want to be working. You're going to be here. And I was like, oh boy. I was like, okay, what do you got? He goes, "I've got Radiohead." I was like, okay, hold on. So I went to Sturgill and I just said, "Sturgill, I just found out that I've been asked to do Radiohead tomorrow." And he goes, "Dude, you got to fucking do that shit. You got to do that." And so then I cut out and I did Radiohead. And then I think I maybe came back and did like maybe one more day or something. And then I mixed it there at Dave's place. Now, why that's so important, because here's the funny part. There was another record I did for Dave called California Breed. And that record has Jason Bonham plays drums and Glenn what's his name?
Glenn Hughes?
Glenn Hughes, thank you. And Andrew Watt playing guitar, who's a big timer now. That record, Sturgill called me to mix Meta Modern. And I was like, well, I've got this thing for Dave I'm doing right now, but if I can do it afterwards. He's like, cool, I'll get back to you. And then I guess they didn't want to wait. So Dave ended up mixing Meta Modern instead of me, which is fine. But the thing that was cool about High Top Mountain is, just to jump ahead a little bit, is that the reason that I did Stapleton is because Stapleton loved the way High Top Mountain sounded. And so Dave had actually recorded some demos with Chris, and then he called me to do what would then end up being Traveler at RCA. And it was basically, from what I understand, I think that was because Chris really loved High Top Mountain.
Right.
So,
right.
So.
Well,
and
we'll get to Chris.
We worked. I mean, we just did a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So we were doing a lot of stuff together. And I mean, man, Dave has become super successful, and it's awesome. I'm proud of him.
Yeah. Yep. He's doing all right. I think that kid's gonna make it.
Yeah.
So look, before we get to Chris Stapleton, which is sort of a big subject, because I mean, it's a phenomenon, a huge phenomenon that just keeps going.
Yep.
But you mixed a record, which is one of my favorite things in the world, and then I was fortunate enough to work with the same band afterwards. But
yeah, how did that work out exactly? Let's see here. Hold it. Let's see. We went to South by, and I introduced you to the producer. And then you did their next record.
Well, can I just
and then the one after that?
Nope. Only mixed one record for him, and I believe it actually came from running into Patrick again in Paris.
Different. I don't really care. I'm just busting your balls.
I know. And
but that did happen.
Oh,
that did happen.
Oh, those facts all happen. Absolutely. But I've never.
So how did that come about? Do you know how that came about?
No, and that's why you're on this show.
So Jack White was out on tour for Blunderbuss. Jack's production manager was Queens of the Stone Age production manager. They were supposed to do a record
in the desert,
Queen's place in the desert, but something happened and Josh couldn't be involved. And so he had bought this house. His name is Bill.
Yeah, Bill Ramey.
Bill Ramey. That's exactly right.
I know Bill really well because he did Chili Peppers for a while too.
Right. That's exactly right. Bill Ramey. Bill Ramey had bought a house there in Joshua Tree. And so the guys, this band that he had worked with before, toured with before, there they are. And he's like, okay, well, and what ended up happening was my first assistant, Josh Vance Smith, got the gig to record it. And so he went to that house and they recorded it. And then it came to me to mix. And it's crazy. It's absolutely probably my favorite vinyl thing that thing on vinyl. And I love that record. It's so cool.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, this is me being truly honest. All my first mixes were nowhere near as cool as where it ended up. And you know why? Because I was afraid of over producing it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But when Patrick got there, he was like, no, you should do more of that. You should do, we need to, make this. And then I sort of got it. And then it was like,
Yeah. I mean, but they are a band to be terrified of fucking up, because it's just like, I mean, I remember when we saw them at South by, it felt like the only way I could describe it, well done, sir.
You got to catch up, dog. You got to catch up, dog.
All right. I'll get a beer in a second. The way I could describe it, and I was trying to explain to Debbie about it, was like there is a primordial groove that's been playing for millions of years, and then they just decide to start channeling it for 8 minutes, and then they pick another groove that's been going for a million years and channel that one. Like, it's...
Do you know what blew my mind? I went and saw them at Nashville, right? At Mercy Lounge. Seats it's maybe like 500 seats, right? Okay. First of all, everyone in Nashville, here's how you go to see a show in Nashville.
So it's like everywhere.
And then it's this, impress me. That's everyone in Nashville. People go to shows and talk. It sucks. Like people talking. Tinariwen comes on, they start, and nobody talks. And people start dancing, and people move up by the stage, and everybody's up there. And it's just this like you said, it's this primordial ooze of groove that just pours out of these guys, and the way the lyrics and how beautiful. And what I loved is, man, when I got the vinyl of that record and opened it up and read the lyrics, I was just like, holy fuck, this is so good and it's so beautiful. It's absolutely positively one of my most proud of things ever.
And I had to force myself not to listen to that record, because I knew it would fuck me up if I tried to listen to yours and then work on one. No, seriously, man. And fortunately, they're pretty different records too. But I gotta say, because I went and saw them in London after the record came out and met them, and they were super cool and all really nice. But you can tell, like, they're interested in the records, but they're not that interested in the records. They just play the music. And Patrick is the one with this sort of vision about, okay, let's do this and let's have this be the thing for now. And it's really interesting, because he's a very hands-on producer for a band that has absolutely no production. Yeah.
I loved him telling the story about how he had to get a message to them and it took 3 weeks. Yeah. And like people on camels to like go out in the desert and find them.
Well, and there were times they'd have to cancel tours because if they got anywhere near the border, they would have been arrested, because they're absolutely a protest band, it's the Tuareg thing.
Especially now in Mali,
Yeah, it's not a joke. But
now, anyway. I think Josh Smith mixed their new record.
Oh, right.
And when I think Ibrahim retired,
mm-hmm.
It's all the young kids.
Yeah,
now.
Exactly. That was happening kind of during the one that I mixed.
Right. Yeah. Interesting. Well, I'm happy to be a part of that, and I'm not busting your balls about it, but it was so we had. I mean, that South by, man, that was a good time.
That was insane.
I mean, you and I saw Diarrhea Planet like 4 times.
Yep, absolutely. We got to talk. We will be talking about them.
Yeah, Chris Athens and I got in the pit together.
Yep.
I got him in so much trouble.
Yeah, Chris was supposed to be home hours before. He was
supposed to be home at 10. I got him home at 4.
Yeah.
Poured him into his house at 4 a.m. I wasn't there. I mean, Judy, years later, I can still just see her like looking at me like, but he had a good time.
It's Chris's fault. It's not your fault.
Yeah. We blame Chris.
It didn't
I blame Chris for all of it.
It didn't take a lot of convincing. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Drinks at the W. At the W.
So
Tinariwen on the roof.
So let's talk. Like that South by was the Tinariwen. Yeah. It was Diarrhea Planet, and it was Royal Blood. Royal Blood playing a little fucking courtyard show and just destroying it.
Yep. And then it's crazy. I'm sitting there talking to him and find out that the drummer, I know his brother back from my Jars of Clay days. Yeah, his brother is now an accountant here in Nashville, but his brother was in a band called Delirious. That was a Christian rock band from England. They were like the Radiohead of Christian music.
Wow.
Yeah. Now I run into those guys a few times. I ran into them at Bonnaroo a couple of years back, and I ran into him at Coachella one year when Jack played Coachella there on Blunderbuss tour. And you know, it's funny. I know this could sound weird, but every time I've seen them, I've been like, hey, and then they've come over to me, you know, and I'm always like, man, I'd love to make a record with you guys. But I know that one of GPS, my management, Matty did the new record, but I liked their records. I just wish they were dirtier. Like I wish they were more messy. Well, and they weren't so, though? They weren't so English.
Here's what I'd say about that. Is that because I felt the same way and actually got to meet him and talk to him about doing some demos at one point, whatever. I don't think that's not the kind of record they want to make. It really isn't. Yeah. They love the fact that they can do pop hooks that heavy.
Right.
That's what they want to do.
Yeah.
He's so into the songwriting and the layering and of course, like I think we both want to make a record with those two just fucking staring at each other in a room with no baffles. And that's not at all what they do. And they may. Who knows? I mean, they might make a record like that. I mean, but
that would be cool later on. You know, that'd be awesome. Yeah, I love when they're playing live. I love what they do live.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that gets me when I hear the record. And no disc, guys. You know, you guys are selling records. That's kick ass. But when you guys play live, man, they're like I want that. You know, yeah. I want that because they do have that sort of like, I mean, what he's playing with the bass is so complicated. What the drummer's playing, it's all a little bit on the knife's edge. Yeah. You know, it could all come apart. You know, some of those loops that he's playing and all that, it could be a disaster at any given moment.
Absolutely, but it's like a duo Rage Against the Machine, fucking. Yeah. Explosion.
It's crazy because the other night I heard that Elbow tune, you know, Grounds for Divorce, which I think is fucking got one of the greatest heavy hooks ever. And I'm just like, the weird thing is those guys are super cool and I think they're awesome. But like to me, like Royal Blood out hooked the heavy hook, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, they out hooked you guys, you know. Yeah, but that was a great show. And I mean, you know, for all the Puremixers out there, I should say it was a little bit of a sort of a little bit on the Puremix similar, you know, Puremix royalty side. Hewitt, you, me, Athens,
Michael Romanowski,
I mean, Candace.
Yeah.
You know, Candace Bridge. Yeah. I mean, it was a pretty spectacular bunch going around to see Diarrhea Planet 4 times.
Absolutely. And especially the last time, that outdoor gig, it was a little bit cold.
The Rachel Ray one. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was fun.
God. All right. Well, look, we can get to Diarrhea Planet, but we should stop off at Chris Stapleton, I think. Don't you think?
Yeah. Yeah. Because this is about, so Chris Stapleton happened in
the first one came out in 2015, right?
Yeah, I think it came out. So I just mixed these again. I think Stapleton. Let me look here.
My internet said it came out in 2015, pal.
Yep, you're probably right. I can tell you exactly that Traveler, Premaster. Yes, you're exactly right. So Tennessee Whiskey was recorded or was mixed. The last mix of it was 10/09 of 14. It came out on Cinco de Mayo.
Right.
It came out on Cinco de Mayo. You know, it's funny. I just remixed. Maybe I shouldn't say that.
No,
I just remixed. Okay, good. I looked at some files I had. Okay. But I have to tell you that there was a couple moments. I got a little fluffy about it, talking about it too, to be honest with you. There's a couple moments that I knew something was happening, right? Like, so here in Nashville, there's this long running tradition of playing the record for the label. So we had mixed 14 of the 15 songs we'd cut, and we were going to play them for the label. Chris was super nervous about it. We'd called in, I think we got Jack's Barbecue, which is a great barbecue place here in town. And there was a lot of very expensive wine and a lot of really good bourbon out. And so what happens is, okay, it's like for 5 o'clock on a Friday afternoon, right? And it was a Friday. That morning, I came in at 11. I rough mixed the entire record, right? The whole record.
Yeah.
And then I burned a CD. I burned a CD of it using Wave Burner.
Nice. Good choice.
To get the sequence to work. And then I made a CD of it, and we hooked the CD up, and then we ran it out at RCAA to Ben Folds B&K like Nautilus speakers with his Krell amp and all that. And that was our playback, just those hi-fi speakers in a room that's 70 by 40 by 30. And it's big. And there's all these couches. And so the label folks come over, and part of what they do is they come over, it's after work, there's free drinks, it's happy hour.
Yeah.
They're going to talk and drink. So I think Chris and Morgan maybe had a little moment and said, hey, you all, I hope you guys really like the record. Here it is. We hit play. And there were people talking and drinking. And these are label people. You know, this record, they're not gonna work this record for another 3 months. You know, they're like, okay, we're listening to this, it's 3 months off, you know, whatever. At the end of the first song, which was Traveler, it's quiet. Then it goes to the next song, which is, I think is When I'm With You, I think. Let's look here. More of You. And then everybody's quiet. And then the next song happens. And the next song after that, there's a song called Stars that plays. Then the next song is a song called Daddy Doesn't Pray Anymore. That is one we cut that, you know, I mean, it was very personal to Chris because Chris's dad had died the year before. And at the end of that song, I could hear people sobbing. This is a label thing. This doesn't happen, man. This doesn't fucking happen, period, you know, at all. And then it kept going, and it was still quiet, and it was still quiet, and people were still quiet. And then it ended, the record ended, and people just looked at each other. It was just like people looking at each other like there's not more. And someone in that thing said, hey, can we hear it again? And we hit play. And I remember just sort of seeing Chris sit on the couch and kind of like, you know, like just sitting there with like a drink. Just, he had to be just like, I mean, not that he was thinking, oh my God, this is the, you know, whatever. I think he was just so nervous that,
yeah.
You know what I mean? And then people didn't go home. We played it again. And I played it again. I mean, I didn't leave till like 10:30 or 11. That was the first thing. And then the next one was the record came out on Cinco de Mayo, which I'm not sure what day that was that year, 15.
Well, it's a Tuesday or a Friday. Probably a Friday
exactly.
by that year.
Well, no, it wasn't a Friday. It wasn't a Friday.
Still Tuesdays then.
I think it was a Tuesday. Yeah, and you're exactly right. It was a Tuesday. Chris played Friday night and Saturday night at the Cannery Ballroom, which is next to the Mercy Lounge we were talking about. And I went with Mike, my assistant, Diana, and I went with Ryan Hewitt. Well, I ran into Ryan Hewitt at the show.
No, he was your date. Let's be honest.
He definitely wasn't my date, but I love Ryan, but he wasn't my date. Mike, my assistant, was my date. And then Di was just coming along to,
The
flesh out the
chaperone.
fantasy or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, whatever. No, but so we go to the show, and the first song they play is Traveler. And people who haven't been here or don't know anything about it, Cannery Ballroom is this L-shaped kind of venue, kind of goes like this. The bar's here, and the band plays kind of cockeyed. So we're way back by the door. We just got there. The first Traveler starts, his first line of that song, the guy next to me is singing with him. And then the guy behind him is singing. And there are people singing the song. It's been out for 4 days in Nashville. That doesn't happen, man. People don't, they just, impress me. And then they sang to the crowd was singing the fucking song to the whole thing. And then they play the second song and people are singing the lyrics. And then on the third song, a fight breaks out. Crazy. And Morgan Stapleton saw it and she's like, because I guess it was some dude like roughing up some girl or something. And she's like, no, you, that guy, get that guy right there. And the crowd like turned dark for a minute. And they ran this dude out, man. Like they ran him out and threw him out. And people came back and they kept playing. But it was crazy. People are singing. And then I went to see my friend Ruby Amanfu, who played with Jack on Blunderbuss and is an amazing talent. She played a show at Third and Lindsley here in Nashville, great venue. And that was the night of the CMAs when he played with, was on there with Timberlake. And, we watched it. It's on TV, but I couldn't hear it. And right after their performance, my phone started blowing up. People going, holy shit, dude. Like, is this the guy that is this the guy you did? Is this? And then I remember Dave calling me the next day and just being like, the world just exploded last night, and kind of telling me what was going on. I think he was getting on a plane and flying to Sweden or something. But he was just like, oh my God, things are, and then it just blew up from there. And, the thing is, I knew while it was going down, I knew how good it was. I mean, I knew it, the whole record. I mean, that whole record only has 2 songs that he overdubbed a vocal on.
Right.
The whole record is live. Every record we've done since is that way. There's only a couple songs he's ever overdubbed. One of them because, he felt like that his vocal wasn't as good as the band take. So we did it again. We did it the next day or whatever. But every song on there, Traveler, 100% live. Tennessee Whiskey, 100% live. Every single bit of it. Was It 26 live. Was It 26 is a song he wasn't even going to do. He was just fucking around playing the lick. And they started jamming it and nobody knew the song. And they just did it. It's on the record.
Right.
Unbelievable.
I mean, it's like the early Dylan records. It's like, you're going to play the song or the Nick Cave stuff or, by the time you played it 3 times, you're bored and you move on. And that's that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think we ever did more than 3 or 4 takes ever.
Right.
Now there are songs that it happens and then they fuck around and do something else. Like, I was looking at something the other day. I think it's a song called, let's see here, hold it. I just happen to be looking at the thing here. I think it's called it's not Might As Well Get Stoned. That one is a whole nother story about it. I think it's Nobody to Blame. There's this whole Freddie King blues jam broke out between the 2 takes that it took to make the song. You know what I mean? Like this whole totally, tore down Freddie King blues jam happened. But there's a song on there called Might As Well Get Stoned that we recorded the same day as Daddy Doesn't Pray Anymore, but we recorded it on the front porch of the Castle Studios, which is out here on the way out to Lieber's Fork, right at sunset. And I put microphones out in the woods I like ran a 100-foot cable up in the woods and down by the road, and you can hear crickets and cars going by and all that. And Chris played and sang it on the porch with Dave and the bass player. The drums were stuck in the front door, all done outside just to do something different.
Well, and
cool.
you mentioned in your playlists the Talk records, and of course that's a huge part of making those records, of playing stuff across a lake and all that. And stay tuned, because Phil Brown is booked, my friend.
Yes, absolutely, positively one of my favorite. I mean, man.
Well, and
I would love to just hang out with that dude.
I got to make a record with him 2 years ago now, I guess. And obviously I've read the book as well, but man, the stories are just insane.
Yeah.
Just nuts.
Well, those two Talk records, man. And even Mark's solo record, I mean, I can't distance myself. Mark's solo record is a Talk record to me. It's just, but what balls it took to make those records.
Yeah.
I mean, balls. It's fucking crazy. So, but yeah, so that the Stapleton stuff was it just happened. And then it was just like, oh shit.
Well, let me ask you a question about that. So you rough mix the entire record really fast for everyone to listen to. And from my experience, those roughs are usually either total shit or pretty fucking amazing. So
there's 5 of those original roughs on the record.
That's what I was going to ask. So like the mix process for that record was not too different from that, I'm assuming.
Strangely, it was harder than the rough mixes. You know how it is, man. I don't know the right word. Sometimes you second guess yourselves, More of You, Devil Named Music. I'm just looking here on my thing. More of You, Devil Named Music, Nobody to Blame. And I think maybe Stars might have been the original rough mix. We went to Blackbird, we set up, and I started mixing. Traveler was Blackbird one. But I think I started mixing, Daddy Doesn't Pray Anymore. That's a rough. That's the rough. That's that first day, that last day of the record before we went to mix. And I roughed the whole thing for the record label.
Yeah.
That's the rough. Tennessee Whiskey is a mix that I did at Blackbird, but Morgan hadn't sang on it yet. And so we had a hard time because it's the Neve recalling it. So I just printed stems. So I printed stems of it. And then we added Morgan's vocal to it, but we didn't add Morgan's vocal to the stems. We actually just added it to the mix.
Right.
In real time. I just did it in real time.
So had her come sing in mastering, that whole thing. We're out of tracks, guitar solo and mastering.
Yep. Singing and mastering. So yeah. So, and that has happened again. I mean, that happened a little bit on this new record.
Absolutely. So I mean, look, you've had a couple of sort of career defining things that have like blown open the door, like the Raconteurs getting to mix that record and things like that. But Absolutely. You're pretty fucking established at this point. But does the Chris Stapleton thing still, obviously emotionally and creatively and for yourself, it's a big, big deal. But professionally, has that done anything in particular, or were you already there at this point?
No. Well, yes, and no. And yes, to any of those questions that you want to ask. Here's the thing. Strange things are afoot at the Circle K, as Ted once said. I have had a bunch of people try to hire me to do a kind of a Chris-like record. Now I got a big one coming up here in a minute that we should talk about, and I'll get to that in a minute. But Nashville never came calling. Like, Nashville doesn't give a shit about me and country and Chris. Like, they don't care. They like I think I could be wrong. I think the Nashville community thinks Chris is a fluke. They want to copy it. Don't get me wrong. But I think they, it's not tuned. It's not square. You know what I mean? It's not.
So what? They think it's like Despacito and,
Well, it's they think it's like, well, it's not really crafted, he's like Neil Young, like doesn't really, well, he sings better than everybody, but and his songs, well, he writes better songs than everybody, but you know what? They're not Nashville. It's
Right.
not Nashville. There's not multiple acoustic guitars and doubled and piano and B3 and steel and drum loops and everything's not tuned perfect. And you know what I mean? It's,
Yeah.
so they don't care about that shit. I mean, and to be honest with you, I don't care about that shit either. I don't give a shit. But I can tell you that there are a couple things that me doing Chris Stapleton has brought to me that would not have come my way otherwise. And there are things that Jack White brought that it wouldn't come otherwise. And there are things that Rival Sons brought that wouldn't come otherwise. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't do any label work really anymore. I mean, I don't even say anymore. I don't never really do it to begin with, but like, it's very rare that I get hired to do label work. I did that Revivalist record in 2015 that had, Wish I Knew You When I Was Born and all that. It was gold record and was everywhere. That's like kind of the rare exception. I mean, I did a couple songs on that El King record. I mixed a couple songs on that. I mixed the ones that nobody in their right mind would have thought I mixed, like one of the pop songs.
Right.
You know what I mean? But so much of it is more like, bands who are like indie bands. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, absolutely.
Like a ton of like indie bands that don't have tons of budget. They don't have all that, I've done a couple of old 97s records. I love those guys. They're on ATO. They're fantastic. I love them. That's kind of the label work, if there's such a thing, that I'm sort of doing. But, I'm not, I'm definitely not going to cut into Tony's or Servants or
but I'm not
any
even
of those
talking,
guys. Of those guys, or even the Nashville guys, Reed or Ryan or any of those guys. I'm not doing any of that stuff. None of that stuff comes to me.
And that's not at all what I meant. Like, oh, are you finally getting label
Oh no,
work? It's
I just want to say that to say that having Chris being the huge success he is doesn't exactly mean that all of a sudden you're the hottest thing in town. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's kind of a deal. I think that people do reach out to me to do things because, wow, you did that, and I like the way that is, and so one of those, I do have a client that definitely 100% came from Stapleton, and that's Trey Anastasio from Fish.
Right.
Trey's manager managed Brandy Carlisle, and I did a thing for Dave. Dave was busy doing something else, and Brandy was doing a set of videos that were live studio takes. So they were live versions of The Joke and Sugar Tooth and a couple other songs from the record that Dave did. Then we did them live at RCA with string section live, and the Secret Sisters sang on some live. These are all, when I say they're live, man, I mean, they're live. Like,
yeah,
they're playing live. There's no monitors. There's, Brandy is singing without monitors or headphones. There's a little speaker on the floor, like a little Genelec that I found from Dave, propped up and added a little bit of her vocal, but she's playing live acoustic guitar. The band's playing live. Everybody's playing live, and they filmed it. So the good news was there were a lot of takes of it, and then I mixed it at my place. But Patrick Jordan, who was her manager at the time, saw that and basically told Trey, you want to record a record like you play live, here's the guy that needs to do it. So I just get this call one day from him, and he was fucking awesome. He's like the most energetic, excitable, he is into everything you want to be into, like, yeah, man, let's do that. Let's do this. That'll be great. He's so excitable. And those guys are, I mean, you know, they're this iconic band. Not
Yeah.
everybody loves them, whatever, fine and dandy. But he hired me, or he called me to do this record called Ghost of the Forest. It's kind of a concept record. It's a record written about a close friend of his that has passed away. That him and Fishman knew. It's the first time that Fishman ever played on a solo thing of Trey's ever. And it's basically just Trey, the bass player, and Fishman. And we went up to the barn and we recorded the whole thing in 4 days. You know, and then we worked on it for almost a year. and you know, we did some at Sputnik, we did overdubs at Sputnik, we did overdubs at Power Station. Right before it closed, we did more stuff back at Sputnik, and then we mixed it there. And I'm super proud of that record. It's really, really cool record. And then that brought on me being asked to co-produce Fish. Now, me co-producing Fish is kind of a weird deal because I don't know that anybody co-produces Fish. They kind of do their thing, and then you take from it what you can and suggest. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like we did that whole record over about 5 days of recording. And then like I basically said, I think this would be cool if we put strings on it. Yeah, that'd be great. Let's do strings, you know? And then I recorded the strings at my place. But I mean, I didn't write the strings, but we did the strings at my place. And I'd love to get into a record where we're a little more normal record. But basically, they would play each song 3 or 4 times. I'd cut all the best parts up, cut them together into, you know, cohesive 9-minute long songs, and then try to cut those down to 7, and then try to cut those down to 5 or 6. But I never wanted to try to make singles.
Right.
You know what I mean? And what ended up happening is that's exactly what the fans wanted. They just wanted their songs that they love to be on a record that sounds good, you know, that sounds okay. It's not a live record. It's like, and so in that, I think we succeeded. You know, it's not everybody's cup of tea. It's totally fine, you know. And there's the last song on that record, man. It just turns me inside out listening to the time signatures. They're all playing against each other. And it's like, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck's going on here. But, you know, when it got to the end, it was pretty cool. And I go, all right, well, that was pretty fucking cool. And everybody loved it. So,
right.
You know, I love those guys, and I love working with them. I just mixed, you know, Trey did 8 shows at the Beacon Theater in New York with nobody. They turned the stage around so that the audience, the seats are behind the band, and they played to the stagehands. They did eight nights. And so I just mixed one of those nights, and they played for 2 hours and 42 minutes.
That's what you were printing.
No sound check, no sound check, or not sound check, no breaks.
Right.
Just, and live strings. I had 12 live string players, and they basically did the Ghost of the Forest record in its entirety plus and expanded on it. And it's great. It's really, really great. Wow. You know? And so, yeah, I mean, that came about from Chris. But, you know, I mean, you know how we all are. I mean, I have friends here in town that are your friends or my friends who are making very cool records. And I'm like, damn it, I wish I was doing that record. You know what I mean? Don't we all do that?
Well, see, this is why I've moved out to the country, because nobody else around here is making records, as far as I know. So right. I don't have that, because that's what used to always destroy me. You know, it's all the work I wasn't doing.
Well, you know, I mean, other than the obvious, you know, imposter syndrome shit that we all get ourselves into, and I think we all get ourselves into it. You know, some people maybe not, but I think that all that is all stuff that just happens in this business. You know, like why am I not doing that record that so and so is doing? You know, or whatever. And then sometimes it's simple. It's like, you know, I've got myself to a point where I'm kind of working relatively strict hours to some degree. And I'm not cheap anymore.
Right.
And, but I mean, I work, according to my management, I work more than every single person on their roster as far as the number of days, and I'm like, oh, I work more than all those guys. I should raise my rate more, or whatever, but it doesn't work that way.
No.
But I just try my best to fill my time because, my idle hands are not good, really. I'll start rethinking things and, pretty soon I'm, turning my control room sideways because, I don't like the way it sounds. Or,
Right.
I had this great idea that I was going to turn my control room like 45 at one point. And then I was like, what the fuck are you doing? No, you're not going to do that. It's stupid. It'd take like a week,
Yeah. And I'm sure Di doesn't want you to have too much time off.
Well, no, she does actually, but she's super busy at the moment and just she's in over her head at the moment working. For once it's me that's, sort of like, hey, are you done working yet? No, I'm still working. Okay, well, I'm gonna watch Rachel Maddow, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, do you want to watch this together? No, I'm still working. All right.
Well, it's a good thing we had, 4 hours plus to chat today then to occupy your idle hands.
So, because otherwise I don't know what I would have done.
So look,
so.
Colin Hay.
Yes. What a nice guy.
Yeah. What a fucking talented guy. Oh
my gosh. One of my favorite, like his live show, just him playing guitar. First of all, he's comedian. I mean, he's a fucking comedian, and he's just got such great stories about everything. He was a sweetheart, man. He was, and it's funny because I'd love to make another record with him. He just doesn't make a lot of records, and he records in his basement in his house in LA, But I'd love to work with him again. He's fantastic. Right. Keep them coming. Throw another one at me.
I just got a couple. There are only a couple left because then we're going to get to some Q&A because cool. There were questions before we even started, and now it's been 4 hours. Yeah. So,
exactly.
All right. Stray Cats, though. We got to talk about Stray Cats.
Yep. Stray Cats. So, Peter Collins.
Not Peter Asher.
Retired, has done most of the big band stuff with Brian, right? Brian and Jim and Lee haven't always been in the best, together.
Yeah.
I can say that Lee is a super cool guy. I like him a lot. He's great. Slim Jim is like the coolest, and Brian is a kind of this aloof genius. You can just tell he's really brilliant, But I got hired to do this gig. They wanted to cut it live, which they did. We did a whole thing like they play live with, Brian in the middle, Lee off to one side, Slim Jim off to the other side. And we cut the whole record, Brian singing it live. And then we re-sang it, but Brian did sing the whole thing live. And the thing was, he didn't want to use headphones. He wanted to do his best to try not to do it. Well, the headphones thing went right out the window because, it just went right out the window. But we basically did the whole record in about 4 days.
Right.
Is that too fast? Probably. The bummer for me was that we did it at Blackbird, which is not a bummer. And then we took a couple days. Brian wanted to re-sing it. So we re-sang it, most of the songs. Lee did his background vocals. Slim Jim did a few shout outs here and there. And then I took it over to my place after we got done doing vocals. So this was like 5 o'clock in the evening. I put it up on my desk, put the faders at 0. And I took a snapshot of the desk and the faders. And I did a rough mix of the first song. And then I did a rough mix of the second song, a rough mix of the third song, fourth song, fifth song. And then I sent it to Brian, and Brian said, done. And I got the email back. I'm like,
what?
Done? Like, really? And he was like, yeah, done. I love it. I love everything about it. And for better or for worse, like, my heart tells me, right, that he wasn't, it's like, kind of like revisiting an old, looking at a scar and going, yeah, I remember when I did that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I don't know if it was that or what, but it felt a little like, okay, yeah, that was good enough. But later I find out that totally wasn't the deal. He loved it. He wanted it to sound rough, he wanted it to sound not polished, right, not anything like any of their records. He wanted to sound like a Gene Vincent record. And that's what he played me, this Gene Vincent record. And he's like, I just want that sound. And I'm like, well, like, the slap echo is monstrous on this record. So I just put the bass, a little bit of the snare drum, a little of his guitar, because he plays with echo, but not a lot, a little bit, and his vocal into one side of the ATR 102. It's a B67, 15 IPS. I used the tape that was on it. I didn't even put new tape on it. And I just printed that as a track with his vocal. And when I played it back the first time, he was just like, that's it. That's the sound. He goes, why can nobody ever get that sound? And I'm just like, I didn't do anything. Like, this is just,
slap. Like,
this is just, you're playing in a room and shit's going in your mic. It's going to that tape. It's just like, but the deal is, it's just like Gene Vincent. Yeah. And so, there's like 9 million things on there. The bass was really hard to deal with, because he'd swap DIs out to get different sounds. And, they aren't always in phase, so it was like all this, like, figuring out the relative phase of the upright bass and the mics, and then the DI, and then the amp, and all of that, and in the room with the drums and the guitar right next to it.
Right. So
probably should have done that a little different, but that would have not been the way the record was. It wasn't the way and what they wanted, Yeah. So, it was what it was. And afterwards, like I said, when he was like, yeah, done, I was just like, are we done, Peter? He goes, yep. The man said, we're done. I did remix a couple songs, and then that was weird, because they were like, yeah, can we just get this exact same thing with a little bit more vocal? I'm like, shit, like, I didn't even have my assistant there. I just threw it up on the desk. So now I just got to guess, try to get it close,
right.
Which we did. So
I've actually just taken the mix and added, like, popped it in a session, and like, all right, I'll just get the vocal in phase. Like, there's no way that's coming back up.
Yeah. Well, that is, I don't want to admit that that's happened to me, but it's happened to me. I've had to do it the other way.
It's just a thing.
Take it out of phase.
Just a thing.
Yeah.
So look, I just want to ask about a couple of recent things, and then let's do Q&A. It's just because you've mixed lots of live recordings over the years, but
especially
lately, this
year,
Hives and the Stooges.
Well, I didn't mix the Stooges.
Oh, okay.
The Stooges, no. That was there's no mixing to be done there. That was a 2-track tape that was found in the attic. There, it's at the Goose Lake show, and it was brought to me by Ben Blackwell, not Ben Swank. There's 2 Bens at Third Man. Sorry, Blackwell. Brought to me by Ben Blackwell, the ultimate Stooges fan of all time, by the way. So he will be angry at me for that. I love you both. Love you, Ben Swank and Ben Blackwell, both of you. Sorry. It was brought to me by Blackwell. and it had been transferred. 1979, welcome to 1979. Chris Mara had transferred it.
Yeah.
And he's like, what can you do with this? And I listened to it and I realized that they had taken a feed off the board for Iggy's mic. And then there was another mic of some sort somewhere in it. And you couldn't do it it's not stereo. So I just sort of like tried my best. I mean, I'll be honest with you, just try to make it listenable, because it's just, and then I just rode every time Iggy screamed or something and, was like 100 times louder than everything else that's going on. I just tried to ride it a little bit. And, it was just damage control to try to make it listenable, to be honest with you. And it's listenable. It proves that the bass wasn't terrible, because, this is the last show. Fired the bass player because he was too high. He wasn't.
Right.
He didn't. No, I'm not saying any of them played everything perfect by any means, but he definitely is playing, and he's definitely there. So Iggy was wrong about that.
Well, or that was just the cover story.
Well, all the above. And then the other one, what was the other one?
Hives.
So the Hives is a live to lathe. So that's a straight off the board, straight to the lacquer.
Right.
And, it's crazy. They're fantastic. It's awesome.
They're amazing. Absolutely amazing. I'm worried that I ruined them or something, because I haven't done a record since the one I mixed, and it's been a while.
Oh. Well,
and they're so good.
I think actually maybe they told me you did run them. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, probably.
They didn't. No, those guys are so, I mean, they were great. It's funny because when we kind of told them, like, yeah, so like I'm mixing it like right now, and they're like, oh, so do you multi-track? And then I'm like, no, like it's going through that to that. And I could sort of see like a little bit of fear, like, and there is a way to multi-track it.
Yeah, but don't tell them that.
Yeah, and I just was like, yeah, man, I'll do everything in my power to make it sound great,
Yeah, so, I think, they get sort of they give off the vibe as a we don't give a shit about anything, but they give so many shits about everything. They're so into what they're doing and so good at it.
They came back after the show, and we record it in 3 places. I have a Tascam, one of those hard disk recorders, the whatever they are.
The DSD things or
yeah. So we have that, and I just run 44.116 into that, or 44.124 into that. And then we have the 1-inch, and then we have the lacquer. Of course, you can't play the lacquer. So when they came back after the show, and they're all, like trashed, not trashed, but just tired, and sweaty. They came back. I go, if you want to hear it, and I rewound back like into the last like 3 songs and just hit play and cranked it up, and they were just like, and that was kind of it. They were just like, yeah, awesome. So whether they still love it or not, I don't know. It's weird too, because there is no mastering. There is 0 processing from the output of my desk, which is that desk there's a 5088. It's a Rubberneath 5088.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, dear Rupert.
Yes. I will go get a beer in a second, and we'll raise.
Yeah. We should definitely do that. I need to get another drink.
Well, should we get Mark on here and get drinks?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's drinks. I'm going to get drinks and remove drinks.
Yeah, I had a feeling that you might have needed to do a little 2-way action.
Well, but yeah, let's do it.
All right, so I'm going to ask Mark to come in, and we're going to abandon, because that's the way this goes. So Mark's going to have to. Well, that's true. And you got your headphones on, so we're going to hear you pee. So that's good.
Oh yeah, that's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah, you might want to leave them.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. Thanks, Andrew.
All right, no problem.
You're saving me. I'll be back in a minute.
All right.
I'm coming.
Here comes Mark.
That would have been cool.
It would have been cool, but not in the way you'd hope, really. So I'll stay here till Mark comes on, and then I'm going to go grab a beer.
Almost there.
Because I think whenever we're over 4 hours, I need to start drinking.
Right. How's it going?
Good.
This has been super, super fun, as always.
Yeah. Well, Vance can't hear us right now, so we can talk about him if you want.
Oh, well, perfect. Nice. Let's see. How about that one story with that one guy?
Oh,
That was crazy.
That was cool. That was cool. That record you made with that guy, that was cool.
Yeah, that was super cool.
All right, I'm gonna go grab a beer.
It's a Chris Farley bit.
I'll be right.
Cool.
I'll be right back.
Awesome. Well, I'll talk about random stuff while you guys are gone.
Do it.
Nice. So I can give a couple updates on some Puremix stuff. We have some cool things coming up with so another episode of Jakir King on Friday, and this week on Wednesday we have the very first episode of Tony Monterati's Lifeboat series. So it'll be out on the 7th. Vance.
Ish. I'm back-ish.
Nice.
Yeah.
I should take this opportunity to do. Hold on, don't come back on camera yet.
Okay.
This is important.
Your screenshot.
Okay, now you can come back.
That's what.
All right. Cool.
He's screenshotting your house, and now
No,
he's
I'm
gonna
not.
look like he's at your house.
Oh,
It's
that'd be
what
cool.
I'm
not at all.
That'd be awesome.
He's
Not doing that at all.
got shots of Lily White's flat in Indonesia. It's a thing. It's what he does.
It's a thing.
Well, it's good.
It's a thing.
Oh, I see what you're doing. That's good. That's good. I like that.
It's flipped
Good.
too, so
Yeah.
you know.
Well, that's how I
no,
see
it's
it.
only flipped
That's
for you.
correct.
We're it's right
Oh,
for
yeah.
us.
Yeah, it's correct. That's
Yeah.
correct.
There you
It's
go.
nice.
Yeah, yeah, it's nice here.
All right, so
It's cozy.
so we're raising our glasses properly this time.
Yes,
my
we
bottle.
need to. Very nice.
One
So to
second.
Rupert and to Roy.
Right.
Yeah. Godspeed, boys. Thanks for everything. I've got this great Rupert recording when right after South by, not that year, the next year, I went down. Mitch and I went, and 2 years after that, we went down and we went to Wimberley, and I got Rupert on recorder on my phone, talking about his time at Bletchley Park
Wow.
and about what he did before the war and then what he did right after the war, where he was recording these parades, these holiday parades, where he'd string mics over the streets and then cutting live lacquers. And it's really pretty awesome.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, he was talking about when they one of the raids, they brought back this German machine, and I think it was his girlfriend, not Eveline, but his girlfriend at the time worked at Bletchley Park, and she told them about Rupert, and he came and looked at it, and it was a German paper tape recording machine.
Right.
Yeah, it was tape. It was a tape machine, but they were using paper
Right.
with oxide on it.
Yeah, because all tape recording technology was coming out of Nazi Germany, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, the thing was they Bletchley Park had this problem. They were getting these codes, but they were going too fast. They couldn't figure out they didn't have any way to slow them down. And so they couldn't figure out how they were decoding them. And what they were doing is they were coding them in, Morse coding them in, and then they were playing the tape back at double speed while on the other end recording at half speed. And then they could just play it back at normal speed. And they couldn't figure that out until they got one of the machines and saw what was happening. And so Rupert goes on this long thing about it. I mean, I probably recorded 40 or 50 minutes of it.
Wow.
So yeah, it's really great. So something I'll kind of keep forever, hopefully.
Yeah. I only got to meet him once, and it was one of those things where you know what you want to say, but the words that come out are just fucking stupid. Yeah. And I basically, I think the sentence was something like, "My garage is full of your stuff." Meaning, I have a 64 input 8068 and a BCM 10, and they are the things that I love more than anything.
Yeah.
And instead I said, my garage is full of your stuff. And he just sort of looked at me, and then we talked a little bit more, but yeah, that was that.
Like that. Your garage. My garage is full of your shit.
Yeah.
That's what I would have said.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
awesome.
let's do it, Mark. What do you got?
Yeah. Real quick, I'm just going to post something in the chat room, Rupert related. He did a amazing lecture at the Conservatory of Recording Arts. When first day was, I just got there, and he did this lecture. I'm going to drop that in the chat on Crowdcast if you guys want to check it out. It's really, really good. Cool. I found it on YouTube, and it's pretty cool. So yeah. All right. So number one question, I saved this from back in the pandemic days, and that is, when is Between Two Beards coming back?
Well, after being so unceremoniously dropped from the Puremix platform without being told, I don't know. The beards are a little sore about it, but all kidding aside, I don't know. Reed and I have been talking about it, for years, of actually making it like a, kind of like a real podcast. But both of us are so busy. It can't be every week, I don't think.
No, look, I tried to, I'm getting Reed on here, and there was one day he could make it, and there was somebody else who could only do that day. So I said, oh, hey man, can we reschedule? And his next free Monday was over a month later. That dude is busy.
Yeah, he's busy. He's, he's multi whatever.
Yeah, he's got a lot going on.
He's got a lot going on. So yeah. But I'd love to do it, and maybe we'll just end up doing kind of like once a month or something.
Well, why don't you?
But the problem is neither of us have any time to edit it. Neither of us have any time to do any of that stuff.
Exactly.
So
just Zoom bomb when he's on with me in a while, and we'll start there.
Yeah, that'd be great. We could have between all three beards.
Get the beards back together for a second.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
There you go.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Okay. All right. Jumping into the questions on Crowdcast, people have the ability to upvote each other's questions. So guys who are in that chat room, click on Ask a Question below, look through, find your favorite questions, and upvote them so we can get to them, just in case anybody has to run soon. So the number one most upvoted question is from Duncan Watt. And Duncan asks, I'm interested in what you leave for mastering, compression, hype EQ, or do you get it as close as possible yourself?
No, I don't. I print every master that I send to mastering as if it was a analog master. So I print everything, averaging around 0 minus, which is minus 18. I don't hype or blast or do any of that stuff. I like to let the mastering guy, show his ass basically by fucking it up. But most of the time I'm using, people that I love and trust, like Pete Lyman or Chris Athens or, Ludwig or somebody that, I hand them a thing that they can, take and do whatever they need to do to it. I totally understand why people would do that. Especially if you're mixing kind of what I would say, kind of big time shit that is going to go through A&R and presidents and labels and radio and all that shit. I sort of totally get that. But luckily nobody hires me to do those things. So, I don't have to do them very much. I mean, Traveler, is a flat transfer of my mix. Pete basically just did exactly what I did. And then the second Stapleton record is he actually mastered it. We did some mastering, and then the third one is a flat transfer, and the current one is not a flat transfer, but Pete mastered it. Then he came over to my place and we sat and just tweaked it while having some drinks. So those records are pretty much I mean, like I wanted them to sound as best I could at the time, put it that way, you know? And I love it when people make things that I mix sound better. That's always cool, you know, but I don't try to guess all that. I just don't.
Mm-hmm. Awesome.
I don't know what to compare it to is the problem. The problem is like if I get a mix and I'm going to mix a record and it's like, okay, here's this band, they fall in this genre. Do I just then print that and listen to, like, let's say it's like a rock band, you know, like a metal band. Do I listen to Slayer? You know, do I listen to, you know, any number of bands, Sleep or any of those number of bands? Do I listen to that? Is that what I'm trying to aim for? You know, I just don't ever really do that. So probably bad, probably losing gigs, you know, but it's not what I'm trying to do. I actually really like when people have to turn it up. You know, I'd love for people to want to turn it up. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, man. And then as you turn it up, it doesn't make it horrible, you know? You know what I mean? That's kind of the deal. Stapleton does that all the time. He's always like, I want it to sound like I want to turn it, like I want people to feel like I want to make it louder. Turn it up. You know, like reach over and turn it up some more. But not like, oh, I want to turn it down. You know what I mean? That's he wants it to not be, oh, I got to turn it down. So I just kind of follow along with that. Not because that's his deal, but that was sort of what I'm trying to go at. Anyway.
Cool.
Awesome. Cool. Okay. So next one, this is a really good one. This is from Barry Dixon, and Barry says, please discuss capturing big guitar sounds from small, lower wattage amps.
It's the only way to do it. Small amps, and always make for bigger guitars. Always. Marshalls never do that unless you're Diarrhea Planet, which we didn't talk about. But
well, yeah, and then you're 4 guitar players deep, so that's a
4 guitar
story.
players. Yeah, 4 half stack. I cut that last Diarrhea Planet record 4 Marshalls wide in my tracking room, drums in the middle, live. It's crazy. It was very loud, to say the least. Yeah, small amps to me always sound better. Princeton Reverb, you know, that a good microphone, a neat preamp, done. It's always so much easier to get a good sound, and it doesn't have to be loud. It just has to be loud enough, if that makes sense. Yeah. You know, if you just crank it way up, the amp's so much in compression of its own, you know. And I don't ever record with compression on guitars, so I compress the fuck out of them afterwards, but I don't when I'm recording them.
Mm-hmm.
So
awesome. Cool.
Yeah, I think big guitar amps are just acoustically misleading. You mistake, it's like that PA hitting you in the chest thing, but that's not because it's powerful, it's because it's fucking loud.
Yeah. Yep. And you really can't get the sound of a 412, like a Marshall 412. You can't get it unless you mic all 4 speakers. You know, the sound of a 412 is like 8 feet back with a kick back, and you're playing and it's ripping your head clean off. And that's all 4 speakers combining together to make that sound. So, and you're not ever going to get that with a small amp, but like you can get a small amp really loud in a mix. You know what I mean? Like really loud in a mix, and it doesn't just cover over everything because it's still got room to, you know, move, as long as you don't turn it up too loud.
Awesome.
Maybe.
Your
mileage may vary.
Of Vance doing that in his videos on the site. So.
Yep.
Tyler Bryant actually is a good example of that one.
Huge guitar sound, small amp.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay, next question is from Ollie Nichols, and he says, hi Vance, I've been experimenting with parallel compression in the box and wanted to know if you could give some guidance on calibrating compressors. I've been inspired by Michael Brower's method of mixing into compression and would like to attempt it with parallel. Secondly, would you advise multiple outputs in Pro Tools or Sends to avoid any potential delay compensation or latency issues with parallel processing? Thanks a lot.
Well, Michael Brower is like the ultimate in parallel compressors. So, I mean, he's kind of wrote the book on it. I can tell you what I do. And then, but the second thing is I never use auxes in Pro Tools for that. Only because it used to not really work all the time, but now it does. So I always just use parallels if I'm going to mix something in the box. I have a few things like I will, it's actually on the site. You can see my parallel lineup. It's a little complicated, but it basically is, I just put a tone up. I put a certain level up that I found that works for me. And then I apply that to the, parallel, whatever parallel bus it is, so that it provides a particular amount of compression. And then I blend that back in to give a particular amount of gain. And that works for me. It works on my desk and it works in the box. But to be honest with you, your mileage may vary. Just turn things up or down to where it sounds good to you. If the VU meters, if you have such thing as a VU meter, if the VU meter is not moving around very much, you got too much. If it's moving around a whole lot, you don't have enough. Or maybe you do, but it just needs to move around. So it's kind of a tough one to sort of guess.
Yeah.
Like I said, Michael's, that's what that guy's been doing forever. So,
and if you're 100% in the box, the delay compensation works perfectly now. So you can use sends or you can set up parallels. There used to be some really weird bugs with mono sends as part of stereo buses, and that was not compensating right. But now compensation is fine. And the only reason that you would align a parallel bus is because you know what it's going to sound like with a certain level. Don't start by aligning and then assuming that's going to work. You've got to just fuck around with it and use your ears. The worst thing you could do is to listen to what levels other people say you should set stuff at.
Yeah. Well, I know for me, that's my starting point. You know what I mean? I know I have a starting point.
But you found your starting point because of what it sounded like, not because someone said you should put a tone through at this level. Yes.
That's exactly right.
So you got to find your own. And if you find something and it's like, wow, this is working really well, and you want to dissect it and say, okay, let me put some tone through it and document that so I can set it up the same way again.
Which is what I did.
You just do a save as, or you do a template session or whatever, then absolutely fine. But please don't start with numbers ever, 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 ever. Yeah. Sorry, I'm jumping in on your questions, man.
It's totally good, dude. Jump on in.
Okay, our next question is from Ferdinando, and he asks, what are your favorite reverbs and delays, analog and plug-in, and how important are they for your records?
I'm a huge tape echo fan. Lately, I have probably switched over a little bit to the dark side. I didn't trade them in. I put them back in the shelf. My full tone tube tape echoes. I kind of retired them. I got tired of getting them fixed. They're great units. They're amazing sounding. But mine have been back to the shop 4 or 5 times because they just run all day, every day, and I just wear the heads out. And I've probably bought 10 of them now, over the years from just replacing parts. Tape is a little tough for them because it's a self-lubricating tape. And if sometimes the tape's not good and you have bad, you pay, $25 or whatever, however much it is, $15 for a cartridge, and then it lasts a day. That's not financially viable. So I've actually switched my full tones out for a pair of Strymon El Capistans, which is a tape echo simulator modeled, and they're really, really good. Like really, really good. Beyond that, I've got a pair of Bricassi M7s, fantastic. I've got a plate, which is good. I've got an old DN780. Actually, I have 3 of them, but I'm just using one. I have a DN780, which is Clark Techniques 80s, total 80s reverb, really awesome. And then, the one love of my life, the PCM70, which I just fucking adore. So I've got Moog echoes, I've got Telray delay, I've got a 150, a 201, a 301 space echo. I've got a Premier reverb. I've got a Grampian 666 spring. I've got all kinds of weird, funny things. I've got a Hawk tape echo that's a endless loop reel-to-reel thing that's crazy. I've got a Hawk spring that's really cool that runs at 100 volts. So when you run it here, it's running at 120 volts. It's like really like, you know, kind of like a voltaged up, kind of crazy. You know, all that stuff. The more analog it is for me, the better I like it. I love the M7s. I think they're just fucking spectacular. I haven't heard a plugin that's better to me. But by the same token, I use the UA, you know, 140 all the time. I use Valhalla Vintage Verb all the time. Shimmer, all those Valhalla plugins all the time. So, you know, I kind of tend Echo Boy. I tend to kind of like things that sort of sound like real things. You know, I have Eventide 910, I've got 949s, and I've got the plugins. So sometimes I use those. I got a pair of PCM42s I pretty much use on every single mix.
And you still got that spring you lent to Jack?
Yeah, the Alamo. Yeah. It's crazy how bad that thing sounds, but that's kind of cool, you know? Yeah. I mean, for spring reverbs, that Grampian is probably the craziest, cool sounding one. That, I know I'm in a master room. I have an XL305 master room,
Right.
which actually sounds like a chamber. It sounds like a chamber. It's brilliant.
I think reverb.com might owe you some money because I feel like every time you talk, I spend a couple hours on reverb right after.
Well, yeah. Every time I talk about those Ampex 1101 mics, the price goes up. You know, I Tucker Martin called me and he's like, hey man, what's that mic you're using? You know, and I was like, oh, it's 1101. And then Chris Funk from the Decemberist, he wrote back and he goes, yeah, Tucker paid like $215 for one of those. I was like, yeah, I paid $9 for mine, you know. So sorry,
Right.
Tucker.
Yeah. Yeah, I've definitely picked up a couple things. So on that same note, Bruce in the chat room asks, hi Vance, I love your use of dual voltones for vocal
Yep.
ambience. Yeah. Can you talk about what you listen for when you're setting them for different mixes? I imagine you just trust your ears and experience without really thinking about it at this point, but any insight would be really appreciated.
I think the thing that I'm listening to with those is I want because they're not panned hard. They're panned, you know, like net 3 and 9. Is I want to feel the vocals spread out a bit, and I want the echo to sort of feel like it's a natural space, but not quite natural. So I want it to be slightly naturally sounding, and wider than a vocal normally. You know, so sometimes I want it to sound like the vocals in a room, smaller room, so they're really tight. Sometimes I want it to sound like there's a slap, like you're in a hall, you know, when the vocals banging off the back wall, or you're in a club or whatever. So I just wanted to feel like it separates from the vocal a bit, but then spreads out wide. I actually use my PCM42s a lot to do that. A lot, and then have I had the 42s doing that with the depth up a little bit so that the envelope signal modulates them a little bit, and I'll spread those out, and then I'll put the tape echo longer. So like maybe like 80, 90 milliseconds, 100 milliseconds on one side. I usually pick some sort of weird, you know, prime number on each side, and then they modulate a little bit with the envelope.
And I want to say, like, a little insight into the way you build this stuff up is I got to hear while you were mixing a couple of the Tinariwen songs. And while they're playing, it sounds very natural in a room. There's space around stuff, really, really natural. You hit stop and shit just keeps going. There's so many little effects going on, but none of them are sticking out while the track's playing. So every once in a while,
Right.
obviously the slap, like on the Stray Cats thing, slap's a big deal. But
Yeah.
for the most part, it's just building space around things.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Because I think that like I'll use certain things over and over again throughout the mix. Like I'll get the tape echo for the vocal, but like it might be cool if the solo is in that same room with the tape echoes. You know what I mean? So like they're tying those things together. I don't tend to use a lot of reverb. Like the M7 will, like a lot of times the M7 will be a plate, like a relatively short plate, but a plate, under 2 minutes, relatively short.
2 seconds.
Yeah, under 2 seconds.
2 minutes
Under
would be...
2 minutes. Yeah. I have my drink. Yes, under 2 seconds. One, like a minute. Yeah, again, like a second 0.2, like 1.2 seconds. And I'll not put that on the lead vocal, but I'll put it on the tape echoes. So this tape echo will send to that reverb, but the dry doesn't go to that reverb. So that's pushing that vocal sort of back even farther in a room kind of vibe, and then I put a little electric guitar on it. Now the electric guitar and that vocal are in the same space, or I do a thing a lot with the 949 or the 910 actually, because my 949 and 910 both broke. And then Fab tells me, oh yeah, I've got a 910 and a 949 I'm using as a coffee table. And I'm like, well, let me check them out. He sends them to me. They're both perfect, except for he hadn't used them in a while. So when I turned the 949 off the first time and back on, it blew a cap. So go figure. But the 910 is still rocking, and I love it. But I'll use that little bit of delay and that little bit of pitch shift to just sort of provide a little bit of jiggle to the lead vocal. And sometimes I'll have the 949, the 42s, the tape echoes, and the M7. Those are all on the vocal, all just subtly. So if you turn them off, suddenly it's dry, but you turn them on and suddenly it feels like it's in the mix. So, lots of little pieces like that on different things. So.
Awesome. Great. All right. Very important question from Sam H. What tequila and beer are you guys drinking?
I'm drinking Casamigos Blanco.
I'm drinking Baldwin IPA from Bewdley Brewery, which is local to me, and they're awesome. Every beer they make is fantastic. And I often, when you're allowed to drink in places, one of my favorite places is the tap room at the brewery. So
I want to go there.
There you go.
You will. You will.
Awesome. Okay, next question is from Evan Shagina, and he says, I would love to hear about your experience working with Fish, how you were able to harness the band with such a live improvisation vibe to pull off such an amazing studio album that represents their overall sound.
Oh, well, thank you. First of all, no headphones. That was the first thing. If it was my choice, I would not have had them show up with their touring rigs, but they did. They basically showed up with their touring rig. Mike brought his whole touring, Meyer Constellation PA bass rig. But I just let that go because that's what made him feel comfortable. And then for the drums to be able to hear the bass, they had these little Genelec speakers, and I just kind of set it up behind Fishman's head so he could kind of hear the bass, and then we put a little guitar in it. And the same thing for the keys. We just put these little speakers on top of the piano and then on top of this keyboard stand thing they had. And I just made these little sections where they could, on their Q mix, turn things up or down a little bit here or there. But basically, we did the whole thing without headphones, which meant they all had to listen to each other there in the barn. And it's a cool barn. They have a 64-channel API Legacy Plus, and I basically made it so that I only had like 12 channels on the desk because there's no monitor section on the desk. So I used all the channels but 12 and used that for like drums in stereo, bass in mono, guitar in stereo, you know what I mean? Like that kind of vibe. It just allowed it to sort of, and then just recorded it, tried to stay out of the way and let them, if they needed a little more bass or whatever, they could just reach over on their headphone box and turn it up or down, and then that all was just in the room. So it's a live recording of them playing these songs live in this room. And, the only thing that was really loud was the bass was a little bit loud and the electric guitars, but Trey just is cool. We just put blankets over all of them. So he just put blankets over his amp. We made these little cocoons. And then I put a little bit of his guitar in this monitor, this Genelec speaker that was down underneath his vocal mic. And then he just, basically had some scratch vocals here and there and some guides and could hear his guitar there. And he was totally fine. And then anything we wanted to do afterwards, we just did overdubs for. So, kind of very live record, which is what that band is. And I think that's kind of the deal, that before they hadn't been making records like that. They've been trying to make records like rock pop records or something, and I'm not saying that those are wrong or anything. But I think that's what the fans were missing.
Right. I mean, because that's what Steve Lillard was talking about, was always trying to extract the song from the live version. I mean, he loves the band. He wasn't trying to make them any different, but he felt like...
And his record is probably my favorite of theirs.
Yeah. And
Billy Breeze is brilliant.
And he really felt as though he wanted to distill, like the album should be a different thing from the live show. So it's just a different approach.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Okay. Next one's a 4-parter, so you can do some quick answers for these. All right.
Rapid fire.
This is from Jimmy in Seattle. And Jimmy says, "Hey Vance, awesome interview. Thanks to both of you for taking the time to share these priceless
Thanks for hanging out.
Info.
Staying through all this.
There you go. 4 quick related questions. Number 1, who is your favorite guitarist on the scene right now and why?"
Ooh, that's a tough one.
All right, number 2.
Yeah. Well, here's what I would say. Jack White's the most talented musician I've ever been around. Recording his guitar is the easiest recording ever, because whatever he plays sounds like him and it's awesome. Tyler Bryant is an amazing guitar player, has amazing tone. He's fucking fantastic. Stapleton's sound is so unique that it's again so easy to record. And I think that's the thing that a lot of people miss, is that these great, amazing guitar players, it's not hard to record them because they're doing all of the sound before you record it. There's a lot of great young players coming up who are really, really awesome. So it's a tough one. I love when Seasick Steve plays like slide on a dobro. I love when Tyler does that. But I mean, for pure rock fury, it's a tough one, man. I love Clutch. Tim is fantastic in Clutch. There's just so many. I mean, the guys in Red Fang, those guys are fucking great guitar players. Brian and can't remember anything. Damn it. They're so awesome. There's so many good ones, but when it comes down to it, like I said, probably the most talented all around musician I've ever worked with is probably Jack White.
Yeah. Awesome. Number 2 is kind of an extension of that. Who's your favorite vocalist that you've worked with and why?
Stapleton by far. It's just fucking unbelievable.
Yeah, I think the fucking unbelievable is the why.
Just fucking unbelievable.
Yeah.
Just so good. So good.
Yeah.
Awesome. Jack is an interesting vocalist because he has so much control and power over his voice, and that he will manipulate his voice around to fit the song. Chris is just so naturally, it just pours out of him, just all the soul and all this stuff. And it's really, really amazing. I had the feeling it was kind of like recording him is kind of like what it sounded like to record Aretha, you know what I mean? Just, yeah. Brian
I loved
Giles.
your
That's
story
right,
earlier.
Red Fang.
Your stories earlier about the A&R listening party thing. That's totally been my experience. It's like every time that Chris Stapleton is on a show or like I hear it on the radio, it just kind of stops you in your tracks. It's like impossible to just not hear.
I've got a good story. That's my story, and I'm gonna, I've got to tell it. And that is, Chris sang on The Voice a couple years ago, and I flew out there with him to basically do the show. It's just Chris playing acoustic guitar, singing, and those guys see a bunch of people sing all the time and whatever, and it's TV, and so my interactions with the mixer was interesting because one of the first things he did is turn like this sort of harmonizer chorus thing on the guitar. And I'm like, no, can't do that. Just can't do that, And I had asked for an acoustic guitar mic, and they picked up some weird sort of like, they had this like some sort of Sennheiser shotgun thing. I was like, no, do you have just like a 451 or something, And so they finally sorted it out. So Chris got there playing. When he was when he got to the chorus of the song, I had warned the mixer. I said, look, it's going to get really loud when he goes to the chorus. So when it went to the chorus and he just blew him up, the director and like the music director, they're like, holy, like it's coming over the biscuit in the mix room, like, what the fuck, holy shit. They're like, he's like, oh my God, shit, can we have that guy on every week, because what they were all they were just doing was going, what the fuck. And then of course it goes to the next chorus, same thing. When it ends, Chris just looks in the camera and he goes, hey Vance, is that cool, we good? And then I go to my phone, and my phone, there's a text from the tour manager. I go, yeah, man, we're good. And the director's on the biscuit, like, no, man, I want to hear that again. Let's see if we can get him to do it again. And I'm like, no, we're good. And so Jason tells Chris, goes, no, Vance says we're good. He goes, all right, we're good. Thanks. Appreciate it, y'all. Walks off. And they're like, oh man, damn, shit. Like they're all freaking out, like, oh, here's this dude with a beard. And then that thing comes out, like, oh yeah, well, you're on The Voice, but I think The Voice just showed up and did one take and left. So yeah, it's pretty great.
Yeah, it's awesome. Cool. Just have more stories about how awesome he is, but instead we'll go to question number 3, which is, how has the recording process changed for you since digital DAWs have evolved and working with artists and clients compared to 20 years ago?
Oh, well, I mean, first of all, there were, I can't even say 20 years ago. I mean, I can't say there were budgets 20 years ago because they were in the shitter then. But, I mean, it used to be that record labels could pay for records to get made with tape. And, a record would take 2 months to work on, or 8 weeks or 10 weeks or whatever. And now, nobody has any money to do anything. And so, but, we still have to pay the rent. We have to pay the bills. We have to pay the electric bill, I mean, my electric bill at the studio in the summertime is $1,000, a month. It's fucking crazy. Plus, gear, uptake, all that. So there used to be money for all that stuff. So I think, the digital world makes everything much faster. It makes things easier to edit. It makes all those things. It doesn't always make the best musical choices. Sometimes the best musical choice is to leave shit alone and not fix it. Just because we can do things doesn't mean we should. I say it all the time, but sometimes I have to fight my own instinct to like, yeah, maybe I should tune that vocal. Maybe I should tune it. Maybe it needs to be more pop or whatever. Or maybe we should align the drums or blah, blah, blah. And if I was on tape, I wouldn't even think about that at all. Not a bit. I'd just be like, yep, that's it. That's good. You know, I remember somebody asking me once, like, if you record the drums, like with Jack White, a lot of times the drums were one track. Like, how do you turn the hi-hat up? I'm like, well, you don't. You just you add 10K, you know? There's a 10K, the hi-hat's louder. Or like, how do you turn the snare up? Well, like as the snare goes by, you go boom, pat, boom, pat, boom, pat, boom, pat. You write a passive automation that just kick, snare, kick, snare, kick, snare. You know, that's how you do it. And, you know, and you don't worry about it again. The great part is, I think the thing that we're missing, and like the fucking brokenest record of broken records, is that people overthink all the recordings. You know, if we record every single mic to every single track, there's so many different versions of what that can be that it's sometimes hard to disseminate it down to the thing. Whereas if you just disseminate it down to the thing and then you record, well, that's the sound of that thing. That's what that is. It's just there, you know? And it's hard even for me to be able to do it. You know, I only have 24 inputs on my Pro Tools rig. So, you know, I mean, I don't ever record more than 12 or 14 tracks at a time usually, or it depends if the band's big. I mean, I did do a little while back earlier this year, I did a 2 guitar, bass, drums, keys, acoustic guitar artist thing. And I think I used all 24 tracks, you know, but like 6 tracks of drums, a couple tracks of room, bass, acoustic guitar, you know, like a DI that we then overdubbed. And then guitars were maybe a couple channels each, and keys, which were 2 channels.
Yeah.
You know, so that's the deal. Tough.
Yeah. Awesome.
Right. Number 4.
Yeah. Number 4. Right.
Man, how'd one guy get 4?
It's already been answered. He threw it all in a question and you got upvoted. It's amazing. But number 4 is what kind of beer are you drinking, which has been answered.
Okay, so we covered that. All good.
There you go. Covered.
Awesome.
Cool. All right. So we'll do a quick one. Dave Case. Vance, I know you mentioned it a few times in multiple spots in interviews, but can you detail your Chris Stapleton guitar, vocal, mic triangle of love setup again?
Well, yeah, okay. So this doesn't make any sense why this works, because it's like yeah. So the first thing first, Stapleton's vocal is not just one mic, it's 2. So I use a U47 and I use a Coles 4038. I use this Latch Lake stand arm piece that latches onto a stand that holds the 2 about the width of a piece of paper apart. I usually put a little piece of paper or 2 in between them, lock the thing down and pull it apart and see if the Coles attaches itself to the 47. But normally I can get it basically where it doesn't. And I line them up. So the 47 on the grill, it has a line that runs up and down. That's the capsule. And the Coles the same way. So I line those up. I get them as close as possible. That's the top of the pyramid. Those go both to a 1073. And then if I have one, to 2 channels of a Fairchild, into Pro Tools, into 2 channels. Then on where, like if you're sitting at the guitar, I'm playing guitar, this hand is either a RCA 77 or a 67. I have used both. All right. Those are totally different sounding mics, I realize. On this side of the high side, it's either a Gefell 582 or it's a U47. I've used both. The Gefell points right where the neck meets the body. The 77 or 67 points at the hole, or where the hand is. Wherever the hand is, that's where that points. They are the same distance apart as they are from the vocal. He normally tracks this far back from the vocal mic. So the guitar mics are down here, so maybe 7 or 8 inches, and the guitar's 7 or 8 inches. but they're basically this crazy triangle. Those two are either 1073 or something like that. And I put them to a fatso. And then the fatso goes to tape to 2 tracks. And that's the triangle of doom, so to speak. If he sings really loud, the fatso pushes him down. The acoustic guitar tends to kind of either at that point just come through the vocal mic, or it comes through one of the 2 left or rights. The image doesn't really shift around very much. And I pan them. I don't hard pan them. I pan them maybe 9 and 3, like this, sort of that kind of vibe. Mm-hmm. And then I usually pan the other guitar. So the 47, the high side, is kind of usually the bright side, and the 67 is usually the low side. I'll often sort of make it so that the low side is on the right, or on the left, I mean, and the high side's on the right. And then the other guitar, I will put it on the left. So I don't know how or why it works, but it has worked. It has bit me in the ass a couple times. And that's when Chris didn't sort of snuggle up, as I call it, to the mic, where he's a little far away. And there's one of those on the new record that really was but the take was so good, it just ended up being as good as it gets, Yeah. And that's just me not sort of like going out and making sure, because we're, going from song to song, or we're in takes or whatever, running out there to be like, hey, can you come forward a couple inches, But he was just a little far away from it. And so, but I'm not going to tell you what song. Suck it up.
Question about that with, are those all on the same like vertical plane as well? Or is it kind of like,
Yep, same exact vertical plane. And yeah, they're all like this and they're all like this, exactly the same distance apart.
Awesome. Cool.
I don't know why it works. It worked.
Mm-hmm.
Let's put it that way.
You just
it works for him.
Do that, and then whoever you're recording sounds like Chris Stapleton.
Yeah, that's all you gotta do.
But I do. The one thing that's important with him is the 2 vocal mics. Those are there for a reason. He likes the sound of the Coles. So that goes to his headphones, right? That's really for him, even though they're equidistant. But when I put the 2 together, the Coles on his voice is fucking fantastic. So smooth. The only thing is it doesn't quite have that little forward thing that the 47 has in the top end. But if you turn this one off, again, and the other thing is I record the vocal to a stereo track in Pro Tools, panned straight up the center. So I can trim them later if I want. But to be honest with you, I never really need to. If they're pretty equal, even if they're not like, even if the compressor and all, they're not moving exactly together, it still works. And if you turn one of them off, you go, oh, wow, I missed that. Turn the 47 off, like, oh, I missed that. Turn the Coles off with the 47 on. You're like, oh, together they're really big, huge, nice, thick, and fantastic. So
yeah, awesome. You said something that I want to like spotlight a little bit. The recording 2 mics down to a stereo track. It's that I found to be really useful because I mean, even with like guitar recording, if you're doing 2 mics, just getting them into one track and just thinking of it as like a finalized thing, that's sort of like a way to kind of dip your toe in the water of that sort of committal thing, because you could, turn that into 2 mono tracks and then redo your thing if you feel like you really had to or something.
I do that all the time with like a distortion vocal. So I'll do a clean vocal. There's an artist I've made quite a few records with from Norway, Karina Fransen, and she loves the sound of distortion on her voice, even though she's from Norway and is fucking fabulous vocalist. And so I'll record once I clean, and then the other side is like through like a clon or something. And I'll record them in that stereo track, but I'll just make one so that when I put one fader up, it sounds great. And then if I want to clean it up, I can just turn the clon up or down. And the great thing is we need to edit it or tune it, which we never really need to do with her. But if we need to do any sort of processing, they're sample locked. together because they're in a stereo track together. So
Mhm.
you don't have to ever worry about all that weird shit that happens. And
Yeah,
editing.
it's a really, really good takeaway.
Yeah, it's good.
And speaking of Karina, I wanted to point out that there's a track from her in your Perspiration playlist, which I put in the chat, called Blacklist. That's insane. It's so good. I was hooked on that record for weeks. I heard that.
Yeah, it's really good. It's a really great record. It's one of those records. I'm sure that Andrew's had those where I had to just stop mixing it because I was just going to get lost. I just got lost in it. I wanted it to be so good, and I just got lost in it, you know. So I mixed the whole record twice. You know, and twice was one time probably too many. So I should have just sent it to Andrew.
Well, next time.
No, seriously. Oh, yeah, seriously.
Hey,
right,
next one's a
more?
really good one. This is from this one's from Adrian, and if you want to end on this one, that's totally fine as well, because this is a great question. After all of your accomplishments, what do you still dream of doing, or ultimately being a part of next?
Beatles reunion? Not gonna happen.
That's going to be a little tough.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. You know, it's weird. Somebody asked me one day, like, this is a good story. Actually, let me tell a story and then I'll back this up. I would love to be a part of a real old school U2 record. Like, you know, like back when they, back when I loved them, you know what I mean? And then I'll tell you the story about the day I turned U2 down, if you want to hear it. I think you've mixed some U2, right, Andrew?
I have. Yep, I got to work with him for a few weeks and then mixed the track. Yeah.
How was it?
Total chaos, but amazing.
Yeah. So I'm such a huge fan of those really first 4 or 5 records. I mean, well, to be honest with you, I'm a fan of a lot of their records. But I was Memorial Day a couple of years back. I was, it's Memorial Day or whatever, you know, I'm like at the pool down here and I've got, you know, big cooler of beer at my end of the pool. And, you know, there's 4 or 5 of us guys sitting around just drinking beer out of the pool, out of the cooler in the pool, you know. And I get a call from Ben Blackwell at Third Man. I'm probably 10 beers into my day. Let's just put it that way.
So it's noon.
And it was about 4 o'clock. And he calls me and he's like, I tell you what I'm getting ready to do. I'm getting ready to come up here and cook burgers, right? And he says, hey, U2 wants to record at Third Man tonight. Can you do it? And because they played the night before in Nashville, and I just was like, no, I can't. I'm actually too drunk to do this. So I have to defer. And Ben was like, well, should I tell them you're too drunk? I'm like, no, I can't. So it was funny because he called me back later when I was literally cooking. Like I got burgers and he's like, okay, one last chance. I'm like, yeah, I can't do it. Sorry. I'd love to. So I had to turn down recording U2 because I was too drunk.
Nice.
I'm not proud of it, but I'm kind of proud of it.
You should be proud
you know what
of
I mean?
that. You should
I'm kind of proud of it. I mean, it was Memorial Day, dude.
Yeah. I think that feels like the perfect way to wrap this up. That's awesome.
Absolutely.
Cool.
Yeah.
So did we go longer than you thought?
We got a full 5 we got a full 5 hours out of you. That's pretty good.
How do we make it to the longest one?
That's like another 40 minutes. I would die.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Well,
I'm not going to do that.
We can do part 2.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. Well, just call me anytime, I'm
yeah.
happy. I'm happy to talk. Normally I would not have 5 hours
Well,
to talk to you,
exactly.
although I enjoyed every minute of it.
Ice
but
storms.
I wouldn't have 5 hours, but the ice storm.
Yeah,
It's an ice
exactly.
storm.
So look, a little bit of
Yeah.
housekeeping though as well. So first of all, Mark is going to say that you need to click and subscribe to some shit down there. So do that because that helps people. So next week, Trina Shoemaker, which I'm actually really excited about.
Oh my gosh, one of my faves.
She was scheduled for last year. Look, we all had a really shitty 2020, but nothing compared to her. She had all sorts of other stuff going on with weather and stuff, and just so I'm really, really happy that we got to reschedule. And I don't normally go a couple of weeks ahead, but I panicked that I didn't have enough people booked, and I kind of went fucking nuts over the last few weeks. So just so you know what's going on for the next month. So we got Trina next week, then Phil Brown on March 1st, which will be amazing. Ed Stasium on March 8th. And then on the 15th, a month from today, 4 weeks from today, is the hearing panel with Chad Blake, Bella Bathurst, and Susan Rogers. And I'm hoping some special guests coming in to talk about some stuff too. And this will get you over the stigma of admitting that you do not have perfect hearing from 20 hertz to 20K, which you don't.
Oh, I don't.
Nobody
I don't.
on this thing, even if we've got 10,000 people watching us right now, not a single one of them is flat from 20 to 20K, and it doesn't matter. So I've been putting material together for this, and then Susan and Bella and Chad are some of the smartest people I know and have a lot of insight into this. You'll come away feeling a lot better about yourself and also feeling a lot more empowered about it, not worrying about it, I hope. So that's a special thing. So that's on the 15th of next month. Then after that, there's just all kinds of shit I'm super excited about, but I'll wait, other than to say there might be a certain Robert F. Clearmountain showing up, which it's good. It's good. And then we got part 2s of things we got to do. There's a lot going on. And I'm very excited about all of it. So
Definitely.
Yeah.
And thanks to everybody who keeps tuning in and checking these things out. Because believe me,
Yeah,
if we had like
absolutely.
12 people watching, probably this would have wound down by now. But I think we're averaging 5,000 during the actual thing. And then we're into the multiple thousands on the replays, which is amazing. Spread the word
it's
about
fantastic.
the podcasts too, though. Because those are coming out. Like I think the Dave Pensato podcast came out this week. Those, nobody's listening. So tell your friends, listen in the car.
Is it on the podcast app on Apple? And all that?
Yeah, it's on all of them.
normal?
It's on Spotify, Apple, whatever. Yep.
So now is the podcast app this conversation on the podcast or
Yep.
edited version? Or
Oh, fuck no. There's no editing. No.
Oh, yeah.
I just do a tiny little
Damn.
intro where I say, okay, listen. And then at the end I go, okay, thanks, and see you next week. And then it's
that's
this. I try and fix it. I mean, the audio on some of the early ones especially was a little problematic, and I'm trying to fix that up so it's a little bit easier to hear what's going on. But no, it's so next time you're driving.
The analytics are...
Well, next time you're driving from Joplin to Nashville, you got some time to kill, you know?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Well, I mean, it's actually funny. I mean, I have listened to a bunch of really great podcasts by a bunch of people, and that's just on that drive. You know, it's 8 hours.
Yeah, there are plenty of podcasts.
8 hours in a car.
Plenty of podcasts better than this, but not all of them go this long. I think Dan Carlin is the only one who consistently is like at 6.5 hours. And by the way, if you don't know Dan Carlin, holy shit, it's called Hardcore History. He is one of the most interesting people I have ever listened to. So
we'll check that
actually,
out.
fuck this podcast. Listen to that. Everybody go listen to Hardcore History.
Nice.
Awesome.
All right.
There it
Well,
is.
man, Andrew, thanks for having me. Mark, always great to see you. And
Vance,
you as well.
And-
you know, you guys can, if anybody has any questions about anything, Vance@vancepowell.com is always the deal. Send me an email. I don't always get back right away, but I usually pretty much always reply.
And Vance, you're a star. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Appreciate it, man. It's good to see you, my friend.
All right.
Be safe.
So now again, I do the awkward. Thanks for watching and mute our microphones.